saying, oh yes, I'm massa. No. Got a Lamborghini, so I drive faster. Just to make haters even freaking madder. Admit I'm the shit, they ain't want me better. When I drop this record here, it won't even matter. Why you act dumb like dog? Say you act dumb like dog. As the drummer boy go pum. Give you some of that cinnamon. Is it worth it? Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it and reverse it. It's your primitive financial. It's your primitive financial. If you got a big one, let me search it and find out how hard I gotta work it. It's your primitive financial. It's your primitive financial. I like the way you work that.
Alright, fellas, as you can see, this crowd really wants you out there. It's not what you're used to, but you really need to do this. They love you. Let's do it MOP style.
Can we put a foot in the ass, please? Attention, please. This here feels like the whole entire world collapse. Bust around now, MOP now. What you want now? Step
one can do it better. She'll sing on acapella. Boy, your music makes me lose control. We're gonna make you lose control and let it go, for you know you're gonna hit the flow. Yeah. I rock to the beat till I'm higher. Walk in the club is fire. Get it crunk and wire. Wave your hands, scream louder. If you smoking fire, bring the roof down and holler. If you tipsy, stand up. DJ turn it louder. Take somebody by the waist and now throw it in their face like hypnotic, robotic. This here will rock your bodies. Take somebody by the waist and now throw it in their face like systematic, ecstatic. This it be automatic. Everybody here get it out of control. Cause Mr. Meter says everybody steps, everybody cares, everybody steps, everybody get loose.
Music make you lose control.
This would be the name and y'all should already know. I've been around long and soft face so cold. Shimmy, 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 shimmy. Let me grab the microphone and I'ma take it away. Every time I spit, I blow 1 or 2 speakers. Top model diva, but my name not Eva. Yeah, I bring fever, rocking classic Adidas. I'm straight off the meter, ripping needles off the meter. Here I go, flip, flip. Back it up, then it drop it low. It's a must 'cause I'm dangerous. I be a hustle on the bus, they call me Angel Sis.
Yeah. Nigga, y'all done put that fire together at body heat, nigga. I'm in this motherfucker now, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Show you how we do this shit, nigga. I'll start up at the body, we gon' bust this bitch up. We gon' take it to the body. G. Ali. Blah! We ain't got nothing to worry about. Whoop! Let security carry him out. Watch out for the medallion. My diamonds are reckless. Feels like a midget is hanging from my necklace. I pulled up with a million trucks. Looking, smelling, feeling like $1 million bucks. Pass the bottles. The heat is on. We in the huddle all in that Cheech and Chong. What's wrong? The club and the moon is full. And I'm looking for a thick young lady to pull. One sure shot way to get him out of them pants. Take note to the brand new dance like this. When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah. Hey, DJ, bring that back.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back.
Go on with your business. Let me see something. Tell your little friend you can quit mean mugging. I'm lit and I don't care what no one thinks. But where the is the waitress at with my drinks? My people outside and they can't get in. We gonna rush the back door and break. The owner already pissed cause we sorta late. But our time and our clothes gotta coordinate. Most girls looking right, some looking a mess. That's why they spilling drinks all over your dress. But Louis Vuitton drawers all over your breast. Got me wanting to put dickies all over your chest. Come on, we gon' party tonight. Y'all use mouth to mouth, bring the party to life. Don't be scared, show another party of life. The more drinks in your system, the harder the fight. When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Damn right the fire marshal wanna shut us down, get us out so someone can get us down. We was 2 songs away from getting some good up. Now we 1 song away from tearing the club up. Move over. Luda got something to say. Do it now cause tomorrow ain't promised today. Work with me. Let's become one with the beat. And don't worry about me stepping all over your feet. When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
Just like that. Just like that.
Stand up. Stand up.
What's the big deal?
Bill, it's just Max Remo.
Oh.
He's a bad dude. And you know, we only got 48 hours to get this man convicted.
This happens all the time. How am I gonna do this? I haven't got a partner.
You do now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, another one of them flip mode joints. Bust the vibes, yeah. Word mother, y'all. Check it out, y'all. Just sing to the next thing, to the ready. Make it feel good, make it feel alright. One time, feel good, yeah, y'all. Bust the vibes in the place, y'all. Make it feel real good, y'all. Flip mode is starting the place, y'all.
Buck wild to all of my niggas who don't care. Lost like a bunch of young black millionaires. Making it run, me and my done stacking my ones. Lost a little invest up in the mutual fund. Blowing the horn, a sense of every day I was born. Now between my seeing nigga landscaping my lawn. Dangerous, my nigga should be accurate. Have to get the booty so immaculate. Hey yo, watching my girl zipping my mouth. Zipping it slow, them pretty bitches saying hello. Anyway, go ahead and display your olive oil. Little honey dip within a little cabriolet. I don't mean to hold you up, but I got something to say. Swear to only give you hot shit every day. Afraid of us, you know this ain't a game to us. You strange to us, that's when we getting dangerous. Come on. This is serious. We could make you delirious. You should have a healthy fear of us. It's too much of us, it's dangerous. So dangerous, we so dangerous. My flip mode squad is dangerous. So dangerous, we so dangerous.
Under the creative leadership of Freddie Naidoo and Sheila Brown for opening doors for athletes to have a platform to apply their craft, showcase their skills and talents. Ladies and gentlemen, the IFBB Texas Pro has elevated to one of the most prestigious shows on the IFBB Pro League calendar, and we have our incredible athletes to thank for continuously choosing this show. We have athletes from all over the United States and all over the world, which we are very, very proud of. Our generous sponsors who see and believe in our vision and mission to take bodybuilding to new heights. And we have you, fans here in the great state of Texas, especially here in Dallas, which has become truly a hotbed of bodybuilding in all of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is sanctioned by the IFBB Pro League under the direction of Mr. Jim Mannion and Vice President Tyler Mannion, who will also be serving as our head judge for this weekend's competition. Competition are Attila Santiago, Bernadette Galvan, Rich Palmer, Maz Ali, Peter Zhimiovsky. The Expediters, the A-Team, Tony, Andy, Chris, Matt, Tommy, Tara, and Joanne. With that, the athletes are ready. Judges are ready. The Expediters are ready. The question is, are you ready? Is Texas ready? Is Texas ready to see a show? Ladies and gentlemen, here in Texas, and for those watching around the world, welcome to the 2024 Texas Pro. Here we go. We start with the incredible ladies of our figure division. We will first meet our figure athletes in 2 groups of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for our first group from the figure division. Quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. Face front.
Thank you, ladies. You can file off to your left. Comparing, you know, what these ladies have going on with conditioning.
So, Party People.
They definitely want you balanced both with legs.
Herzlich willkommen
So,
zu Texas.
so definitely checking out your shape and making sure that the conditioning is there.
Da ist Lena.
Now there's Lena right there. Lena's looking great. There's Jessica. So in this lineup, Lena and Jessica are the ones you really want to look at right here.
Which one of the ladies is Jessica and Lena?
So Jessica is 208 and Lena's 207. So Jessica's in the middle. She's in the center square right now. Now her conditioning is
Das nenne ich mal ein vernünftiges Figur-Line-Up.
Right areas. She's very relaxed. Her conditioning is on point.
Correct me if I'm wrong, she is the favorite to win this show. She's won probably the most pro shows out of all the ladies here today.
Yep, that is correct. But I know, like I said, Lena's been on a streak. Lena's right next to her in the green there. Lena's number 207. So she's been on a streak. She just won Tampa, I believe, last week. And so she's coming here to, you know, try to shake things up with Jessica and see what she can do. But Jessica's looking strong in that center right now. So
I like it. I like it.
Yeah. Now, Karen Victor, she's on the outside up there, 210, she's on the left. Now, she's another strong contender. She's also one that places typically top 5 at most of our pro shows, so she's also one to watch too.
All right, you guys, good to see you again. Again, DeMarcus Harris here, IFBB Pro Judge, Mr. Terrence Ruffin, and Miss Tamika Tucker.
The show is looking pretty good, but this show in particular is a lot smaller than the last couple shows, if I'm correct?
Yep, so looking at the lineup here, we usually had, like these last couple shows here, like Chicago Pro and Tampa, we had about 29, 30 figure girls. So Texas Pro is a little smaller lineup. I think we got about 10 or 9 girls, so it'll be good to kind of narrow it down. We can kind of take a deep look at each athlete here. Looks like we're starting with Alexis Davis.
Wow. Okay.
She's looking great. Legs are looking very conditioned.
Very much so.
She looks very strong and relaxed up there. And like I was saying, they're really checking out the shape and conditioning. From these last couple of shows, as you guys can see, when Nina just won last week in Tampa, she was very conditioned, had striations in the right place, had that great shape, the X factor. So I'm sure they're looking for that here at Texas Pro as well.
Very polished routine.
Yep.
Up next, I think we have Yesenia Fuentes coming to us.
Now she's from Texas, so this is home base for her. So she's here to represent today. One thing I'm noticing, these ladies do look very comfortable and relaxed. I think that's the most important part, is making sure that you're controlled and that you're really showcasing your best features on stage. So a lot of these ladies are looking great so far.
I absolutely agree.
Okay. As a judge, what do you look for when you're looking at figures?
I think Tamika's actually said a lot of it. First and foremost for me, I'm looking for shape. Figure I think is just absolutely, I'm looking for cap delts, I'm looking for that X-frame. Conditioning goes a very long way. Tamika spoke about it earlier, just being able to highlight all of those features in your poses as you're going through the quarter turns is absolutely on point. And I think we just saw Yesenia here. Sometimes, you don't need the most extravagant routine to show off those features for yourself.
So it looks like Nelly came here all the way from Mexico. Now I know she's been competing quite a bit too. She was just at Chicago Pro. She's looking way more conditioned than Chicago Pro, so she's looking great. She's coming in. Quads are showing some great definition right now.
I love the shape.
Shape, like I said, shape is going to get you far. She's looking great. Very controlled. And it's really hard because when you look at all these ladies, of course, conditioning, everyone kind of has that same conditioning, but you really got to do something to stand out. So a lot of these ladies are really trying to showcase, what makes them different.
We got another international athlete here. It's really cool to see all these people traveling so far.
Yep, I was going to say, even though this is a smaller lineup, we have a lot of ladies coming in from out of the country, so it just shows the dedication and that they're, eager to get seen and show off their physique. So I'm happy to see we got some ladies coming here representing where they're from.
Yeah, Gabriella's conditioning was really great.
Quads.
Striations, agreed.
Yep, she has really strong glutes and the striations in her hamstrings. Her back is awesome. Like I said, her shape, that's exactly what they look for. Strong shape, strong conditioning, not just conditioning from the front.
Die hat letztes Jahr mit ihrer Schwester sehr viel abgerissen, dieses Jahr gar nicht. Kein gutes Jahr gewesen für sie.
Next we have Mandy from California. Now she's looking really strong too. Conditioning looking great. She has some strong abs. Her core is looking awesome.
I like the personality that she has to her routine as well. Especially the shape is really, really good. Very wide shoulders, small waist, into some very wide quads as well.
Yeah, but she's really showcasing all of her good assets right now. I mean, looking, like I said, her abs, her core was great. She came in showing off those strong conditioned quads. Her
Starker
shape's looking
Rücken.
awesome. Back is looking great.
She's taking her time on stage as well. She's letting the judges know that I'm here, I'm ready, and I'm not afraid for anyone to see what
Die
I
sieht
have.
wirklich gut aus, die gefällt mir.
Yeah, I love that confidence. I think that's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Ist jetzt keine Top-3-Kandidatin, aber sieht gut aus da in dem Line-Up. Nach der müsste Lena
Next
kommen.
up, we have Kelsey from Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, I've trained at the gym with Kelsey a few times during my time living in Tampa, and she's an amazing competitor, amazing athlete, works hard in the gyms, and it's definitely paying off now.
Yeah, her conditioning's looking on point. Her quads, as you guys can see that separation right there. Going back into her back pose. Strong back. Definitely see some glute definition there. But what I'm really liking is a lot of these women are showcasing a strong core. Like I said, it's not just about your quads and upper body, but having that full package. So seeing some strong core, that's awesome to see too. They're giving it
Lena.
right now.
Speaking of international competitors, Miss Lena coming to us from Germany. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So like I said, Lena has won 4 pro shows, coming off a win at Tampa Pro just last weekend. So clearly she's here to compete, and like I said, her conditioning has been unmatched. I mean, it shows her winning all of these shows lately. She's clearly a strong competitor and someone to look at right now for this show especially.
A lot of people would call it a day after one win, but she's here again to really prove to the people that when she gets to Olympia, that she deserves to be here and that she is a name that deserves to be up there in that first call out.
Yeah, and as you guys can see, you see the strong definition she has in her glute and the separation between her glutes and her quad and the hamstrings. She is looking phenomenal, and like I said, she's one to watch.
The reigning champ, and I forgot to mention, yeah, she is the Masters Miss Olympia.
She is. She absolutely is.
Yeah.
And just that one spot off from actually winning the Olympia, right? So I think she's come runner-up to Sid a couple times.
Now Jessica, you know, she's defending her title here today, so he means she's looking confident. She's strong, showing off her showcase of her physique, and I think she's definitely someone that is going to be in this top 2 today. Definitely got her in the running to be, you know, doing really well in this show. And like we said, personality, confidence, all plays a big key. It's not just about, you know, your physique and what you're showcasing, but you got to be confident up there. Jessica does a great job of taking her time.
Sonka, Junge, altes Haus. Grüß dich.
Strong points, and as you see, we're going into the back post. She has a very strong back. Very strong.
Yeah, tons of depth in her muscle.
She's on. I don't think she's missing anything at this show. Conditioning's perfect, posing's there, size, shape, symmetry, it's all there. This is what you want to see out of a figure competitor.
Yeah, her conditioning is unmatched today. Definitely looking very, very on. So next up, we got Visa Juice from Fort Lauderdale. So she's another one from Florida coming into Texas to try to see if she can pull out a win. Another strong competitor. Like I said, conditioning this show is definitely not something that is lacking. A lot of these ladies are coming in ready to battle.
Love to see it. It may not be a big show, but it is a quality show.
Correct. And again, strong back.
Martin, das ist schon lange der Fall. Oder was heißt schon lange? Auf jeden Fall schon länger. Ja.
Like I said, Karen's another strong competitor. She's been placing very well in the past. Definitely a strong top 5 finisher at a lot of pro shows. As you guys can see, she has a really strong physique. Shape is there. I think one of her best assets is definitely her quad definition and conditioning. And again, she's another one that has a strong backside, a strong back, and great shape. So she's another one to watch out for this show as well.
Thank you, Karen. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our individual presentation.
All right, you guys, you've seen everyone's individual routines. Now we are going to bring everybody
So.
back on stage and find that perfect line.
Ab in die Vergleiche.
Yes. I'm excited to see it. I'm definitely having Jessica and Lena in my top 2 at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, going in, I was definitely checking out Jessica and Lena. Like I said, Jessica's defending her title. We got Lena coming in, looking to get her 5th win. So this will be a good show to watch. But like I said, all of these ladies are very competitive. So I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, it's a great show. Everybody is really on point today. And even though it's a small show, 10 competitors, it makes the judging really difficult trying to figure out who's going to crack this top 10.
Yeah.
Martin, weiß ich nicht, ist nicht meine Baustelle. Ist auch keine Fragerunde hier heute. Wir sind hier, um den Wettkampf uns anzugucken, nicht um Berufsbezeichnungen, Berufsfelder von irgendwem abzudeckeln.
We got Nelly Gonzalez 203 out in that lineup.
So.
We got Lena and Jessica like we predicted out there.
Now, shape-wise, I'm really liking the woman to the far left. I definitely prefer her shape over anyone, but in terms of conditioning, I definitely think Jessica is the standout out of all the ladies today.
Yep.
She absolutely is. And Tamika mentioned it earlier, Lena and Jessica standing there in the middle, they really do stand out from everyone else in this first call out here.
Definitely agree.
Yeah, like you said, shape is important, but as you guys can see, Jessica and Lena have both shape and conditioning. Now, like I said, I predicted them being my top 2 today anyway, but as you guys can see, comparing it to this lineup here, I think we got 6 ladies out there. They're very clear and distinct out of the group, so excited to see how they end up placing in this lineup.
All right, they know
Yep.
who their top 2 is.
As predicted.
Okay.
So Tamika, as the ladies are going through their quarter turn,
Lena auf jeden Fall Top 2.
What are you thinking? What are you trying to showcase as you're working through what the judges are calling out for you guys?
So I think, when you're up there, it's kind of hard to not try to overthink, but you want to be controlled and relaxed. And like I said, you want to stay solid, control your breathing. But you're really just wanting to showcase the things that they're wanting to see in all of these poses. But the most important thing is making sure you take your time, you really set into your pose. Because like I said, you only get a few seconds up there to really showcase, what you have and making sure the judges see your strong points. So you really just want to stay tight. You want to just showcase what you have and be relaxed up there.
I absolutely agree.
And that's one thing I'm noticing. All of these ladies look very controlled. Everyone looks very relaxed. And like I said, we have a very strong group of competitors today. All of these ladies are looking great. So right now, I mean, it's pretty apparent. We know we have Jessica and Lena as our top two here, but right now it looks like we're battling it out to see, where the rest of the ladies are going to line up here. This is usually the toughest moment. It's a lot of quarter turns happening.
Yeah.
This is when the ladies start to get a little tired after a few turns, but like I said, this is where you stay controlled, control your breathing, and really set your poses. That's what's going to really determine where you place here.
Yeah, Tamika, I agree with you as a judge. I'm telling you, we're running everyone through these quarter turns, trying to figure out who's going to be able to maintain that look, maintain that fullness, not necessarily break down through the rounds of posing also.
And that's a big deciding factor because, you practice posing, me being a figure pro, you go through your posing, but when you're up there, it's a different type of environment. And like I said, you have to keep control because you're up there sweating, you're under the lights. So, being up there, you got to keep control. So like I said, these ladies are looking strong up there. They're holding their formation. So I'm excited to see how all these ladies play.
All right, they're preparing the top two once again.
All right, we got Lena and Jessica back on stage. Now, when you look at these ladies, they do have very similar shapes.
Okay.
They both have their strong points, but the conditioning for both athletes is very spot on. So this is going to be a tough battle.
Oh.
I do prefer Jessica a little bit more from this back pose here in terms of shape, the way the back leans into the waist. But every other pose I think is pretty much on par.
Yeah.
Shot for shot.
Like I said, they both have very strong quads, the conditioning, the separation. They both have a small waist, core strong. And like I said, Jessica's upper body, one of the strongest ones I've seen. So I'm excited to see how they battle this out. They're probably going to do quite a few quarter turns here today.
So you're running them through it.
But like we said, this is where it shows, who can really hold these poses, who can really stay relaxed. Posing on stage compared to posing just, in the gym is two different things. So being able to hold it when it really matters is what's important right now for these ladies.
Yeah, it was an excellent comparison for
Okay.
our top two competitors there in the figure division.
Definitely. How do you think the thing's going to turn out, DeMarcus?
I'll tell you, I think that I like Jessica's conditioning and shape just a tad bit more than I do Lena's. I think Lena carries a ton of muscle on her frame, though, and so that's what makes it a difficult thing to compare the two. I think tonight it'll end up shaking out, so long as they both come back in the same order and manner, forgive me. I think Jessica kind of edges out Lena today.
I would agree with that, yeah.
I agree too. Like I said, Lena's
Like I said.
shape has been unmatched. I mean, she's been winning all these shows.
Ja, Mann, wieder eine schon in den Kommentaren hier geschrieben hat. Schade, dass erst 16:30 Uhr ist. Wir müssen so ein Trinkspiel machen. Bei jedem Like I said müssten wir einen saufen. Das wäre witzig.
Yeah. Listen, while we're getting ready for our next division, I have two of the top pros in the IFBB here alongside me. So,
Ich weiß nicht warum. Lena ist heute anders auf die Bühne gelaufen. So habe ich sie noch nie laufen sehen. Und die Rückenpose hat sie diesmal auch irgendwie anders gestanden. Weiß ich nicht warum. Finden wir später raus.
Very nice. Terrence, quickly before we bring up this first lineup, what do we have in store for you?
Okay.
Getting over an injury and getting back in the gym.
Wir gehen into 12.
This is motivating for me, man, to see guys up on stage, because I'm ready to get it myself.
Oder? Nein. Doch. Jetzt war ich kurz verwirrt. 212.
All right, guys, we got Classic coming up. 32 competitors, and 6 of them are previous Olympia champions. One of them is a Masters Mr. Olympia. And
Doch nicht, ist Classic.
the show goes. A lot of good names, a lot of new guys.
Classic. Nehmen alles zurück.
All these guys are really wanting to win this show and punch their ticket into the Olympia.
Yeah, we talked about it being a competitive lineup in terms of quality. Now we come into a number where we have roughly 30 men's men's classic guys jumping in here.
I've been doing this for the inception of Classic since 2016, and each and every year, the talent gets better and better. Like it never stops. The class keeps evolving, and it's awesome to see.
You guys have a favorite? Who's your pick for the show right now before they come out?
There is a couple guys. Alex Carbonero is probably one of my favorites. He's placed the highest at the Olympia. I think he's placed 5th or 6th at his highest. He's also the current Masters Mr. Olympia. Even though he's an older guy, he looks fantastic.
He brings it. He absolutely brings it.
Yeah. There's a couple other guys that are my favorites. Dan Covina, the guy that was second from the right.
Black Panther.
Black Panther ist wieder am Start.
Who else do we have? There's a few other guys. Gabriel Zanca, a Brazilian. Already qualified for the Olympia, but he's coming out.
Der mit dem Bart sieht gefährlich aus.
To get some more experience on stage in the U.S. So there's a lot of guys coming in and making some names.
Julia, bitteschön.
Before I left Austin FC, this is his rookie year. He placed in top 5.
So, ihr Lieben, ich verabschiede mich mal kurz. Der Stream bleibt aber an. Ich hau nur mal kurz ab. Ich muss schnell was schneiden.
He's the coach of Urs and Wesley. So a very good coach out there in the European scene, making some noise.
So you guys, as we're going through these poses, including the quarter turn, what do you feel like the judges are looking for as a competitor yourself? What are you trying to showcase through these?
I'll let you go. You're the classic man.
Well, yeah. In terms of what they're looking for, this is the symmetry round. Basically, they're looking for shape symmetry, how wide their shoulders are compared to their waist, how wide their quads are compared to their waist, conditioning, size, all these things matter and play a part in the judging.
Austin's got some sick conditioning going on there.
He absolutely does.
Austin is in shape.
And he's pretty dense for being young, for being a younger guy.
It's very impressive. He's already at his weight limit during his first year competition. You don't see that very often. Then we have this guy, Center Right. He is a large man. Yes. I'm not sure what his name is, but he's very, very big.
I saw him backstage with like the NBA guy.
Alright, we got a Texas native, San Antonio, Texas, Dino, coming in. We got guys from Canada, Liberia, Hungary, UK, Brazil, all in this call out here.
This has got to be one of the larger classic physique pro shows, right?
It is a tough show for sure. Like I said, 6 people who have already been on that Olympia stage are competing today. We've had a lot of guys who've been placing top 3, top 5 at pro shows throughout the year. This show is stacked.
Tell the viewers who don't know, I know there's different cuts of shorts. Do you wear a certain cut based upon the condition you have or your structure? You know, because I feel like some of these guys are hiding their glutes purposely. Maybe.
Yeah.
They have really good glutes, maybe like some.
Yeah, you could wear more revealing trunks if you have better conditioning throughout the glutes. That is something that I would suggest people do for sure. This is is going to be a tough win for the judges today.
All right, you guys, our fourth group coming up here.
All righty. We got, who we have out coming out? Jesus, Mathis, Marcus, Melvin, Alshomo, and Kennedy.
He went pro here at in men's physique at nationals, I believe. If I remember the name right.
Oh wow, we got some really good picks in the call out. This guy on the second to the right and the one right next to him.
I think
Crazy shape.
I think it's Lamarcus's pro debut too. I'm almost positive.
And which guy is Lamarcus again?
Right middle.
Right middle. Well, this is an awesome pro debut for Lamarcus.
Yeah, so I think that's Jesus Martinez, Matthias Menegade, and Lamarcus Morris all right next to each other. But yeah, I absolutely agree, you guys. Amazing shape.
You might have some dark horses in that first call out today. Got the guy on the far right shaking a little bit too much in the posing.
And you know, I think that speaks to the practice that you're putting in, you know, leading up to shows. The guys that are able to just sit there and go through rounds after rounds certainly put in a lot of time in front of the mirror or in the gym. And then there's an emphasis on it. And so you see when competitors lack it.
Definitely. When it comes to competing on this stage here, everything needs to be perfect. A lot of times I like to say people don't win by miles. It's those little inches that matter, you know.
Yes, this is not the amateur ranks anymore. Every little bit counts. Some of these guys are nutty, especially when you see them backstage.
Definitely. Another great call out. So second to the left, we have Gabriel, a friend of mine out from Brazil. He's actually already qualified for the Olympia, but he's out here trying to thin the ranks a bit.
You know, I think anytime you are still in shape after you've qualified, you can get in front of the judges, continue getting great feedback, preparing yourself for the O, you might as well.
Yeah, that prize money too. If I'm in shape, I'm coming to get some cash.
That's a good point.
So I know after these fleets, they do their individual. It's 45 seconds, right? Or 60?
It's 45.
It's 45. Now, when you get to the finals, those who are performing their routine will likely increase to 60 seconds, but 45.
So for you, those 45 seconds, you're displaying your best poses to the judges, right? This is the time that they're. So for the viewers, you telling them, are they picking out their first call out in the fleets, or are they picking out their first call out in the individuals?
It's a mixture of both, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, I think so. The individuals give you confirmation, but as you're looking through the fleets, as the individual competitors come out for the first time, I'm marking down my, group 1, group 2, group 3. And as they do perform their individual routines, and this is where it could hurt you or it could, improve you. You do too much and I start to look for too many weaknesses,
Exactly.
It may move you back. But if you get there, you showcase what you have, all of your strengths, then it probably confirms what we have up front.
Good to know.
30 people too?
I've always wondered, how do you, let's say you have 25 people come out and you got your 7, and then you got 5 more come out and you're like, oh man, these 2 are really good too. So then how do you decipher from that?
I'm sure every judge does it a tad bit differently. I think what I'll try and do is rank my 1 through 4s in every individual group. And then I group my 1s, so on and so forth. And then, again, we have to have elephant memory. The first group I got to remember just as much as I do the last group as I'm looking at it so that my 1s match, so on and so forth.
a tough job, for sure.
Great conditioning here.
All right, this is Gabrielle, looking amazing. Conditioning's on point. Taking his time with his posing, I like to see it.
He definitely came prepared to battle today. He looks great.
Very nice. Thick through the chest, nice shoulders.
It's a big boy.
All right. The Black Panther. Now he had a really good showing last week in Tampa. Placed first call outs in that?
Yeah, I think he was definitely the first call out. I can't remember the exact finish.
He looks fantastic at
Tons
this show.
of muscle on this small frame.
Not skipping legs. Jeez.
The waist is ridiculous. So far, no weaknesses. We'll see how it looks from the rear as well. But man, he's really improved a lot since the last time I've seen him on stage. It's always good to be a local. You got your fans in the crowd.
Absolutely is.
I think maybe a little bit more density in the upper back, and that would be the only nitpick I could have for his physique. But man, this is really, really nice.
I can't stop looking at those quads. I'm like, those are.
And the waist, it looks photoshopped. Got another Texas local, Zay. Another guy with huge legs. Nice vacuum. Maybe a little bit more oil, I
That's
should
what I was
say.
going to say too. I was going to say a little more oil.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I'd like to see a little bit more separation in the legs. For as big as they are, you want to see a tad bit more there. But this guy carries some muscle on him though.
I saw this guy 2 weeks ago, and I honestly did not think he'd be ready for the show. But he's tightened up a lot in the last 2 weeks. It's very impressive to see. But I do agree, a little bit more separation and conditioning throughout the legs.
All these Texas natives.
Texas is showing up and showing out.
You see a little darker tan here.
I think he is holding a little film of water as well. He's put a lot of work into his posing routine, though. I was happy to see that.
He really has. As we're going through these individual routines, you guys, we really see the difference of quality from competitor to competitor.
Definitely.
Because I think Chase looks absolutely amazing. When you put Chase next to Dankove or even Gabrielle, it's a different level.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
That's why I always tell my clients, I'm like, you're at the pro level now, baby. It's the level to it.
And everything has to be on point, right? There's no opportunities for weakness at this point.
All right, Colin. All right. calling definitely looks good, but I think a little bit more size is gonna be needed to really crack that first call out in this group today.
Yeah, Terrence,
Those
I
have some
agree
good
with
arms.
you.
He's definitely got some good arms. Some thick calves too.
I think those are those country boys right there.
All right, Joe, coming from across the pond. All right,
Joe looks good here.
he does look good. Nice shape, small waist, wide shoulders.
Yeah, Terrence, you mentioned it earlier. I think Joe looks absolutely amazing here. Striated glutes, some good depth to his back. But for this first call out, I think he's still going to need some more size. And I'm
Yeah.
very sure that's probably the feedback he'll receive from the judges.
It's definitely hard for these guys too coming from that far. I think I spoke to his coach yesterday. They flew about 11 hours to get here from the UK. That's a long flight.
Well, you've done shows overseas. What's that process like?
Especially if you're newer to flying across the world trying to compete, you need that extra time to see how your body reacts. Like some people, they want to come out on that Tuesday before the show, and sometimes it's not enough time for them to resettle in. All right, we got Rashad from California. I definitely think posing wise we could do some work with that. As with the waist, you definitely gotta keep that waist in on those side poses. But as he turns around, the back is thick, man. It hangs off.
That's one of my pet peeves when I watch these competitors when they hit the poses so pretty and then they let their stomach out.
Yeah.
It's like I'm drawn to it, so I know the judges are drawn to it.
We
and
absolutely
it's
are. It's you guys. It's 45 seconds of engagement. Like it is nothing. It's like swimming underwater. You know, you cannot let it go.
Alex.
With that patented head lean.
Yeah, he survived, and it's from an accident. So if he turns his head straight, he can't see out of one of his eyes.
Wow.
I've known Alex for a long, long time, back when he was winning shows in the 212. And he was the guy that kept me from winning my third Arnoplastic title back in 2019. But dude, he's an awesome human being, man. I love him.
some great conditioning from the front so far.
Yeah. I'm not sure how old he is, but he's obviously old enough to win the Masters Mr. Olympia, so he's not a young guy either. I think overall pretty good. I just wish from the glutes they're a little bit tighter.
Yep.
Right. That
But
back is nice.
The back, everything else is perfect.
Right. Just a little tighter in the glutes.
Alex brings it. Every single show he brings it.
Like that's
That
That's
front,
perfect,
those
yeah.
front, that's nutty. How old is he?
I'm actually not sure. A lot of guys like to keep their age a secret when they get older, man. You just know they're up there. This is the
Virginia.
giant Dom Carter.
What's the weight limit on this guy? It's gotta be 280.
It's got to be a lot.
Infinity. The thing about these tall guys is like once you can fill that frame out, it looks insane. It's just it's super tough to fill out a tall frame. He looks pretty good for being as tall as he is.
The thing that stands out to me with his physique is definitely his shoulders. He's walking around with shoulder pads.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I do think we could see probably a tad bit more conditioning from the back here, especially when we're looking at the glutes, lower back. And you mentioned it earlier, being able to just fill out the frame. It's going to take some time to do so, but once he gets there, he absolutely will be nutty.
Don't get me wrong, his conditioning is good, but we've already seen some great conditioning, so he's got glute lines, but still not amazing conditioning.
We talked about long flights. This guy's flying in from Australia.
Wow.
Oh man, I think that's definitely over 15 hours.
Just the amount of work that goes into maintaining your fullness, your conditioning, getting the water off of, that plane ride. It's a tough task.
And everyone responds a little bit differently. Like, I don't have much trouble flying, but I have seen people, they become like water balloons by the time they land.
Did you ever have any issues when you landed? Would you be holding a lot of fluid?
No.
Did you keep your water high during most of your flights?
Yeah, normally I drink a lot of water when I'm flying, and that helps out a lot. And then if I can, I'm moving around a lot.
Right. I've never understood. I hear some of these guys are like, they fly in too late and then they're pulling back water, and I'm like, well, you're not. You're going to be. Of course, you're going to hold water. You're not expelling any water on your flight here.
Conditioning from the front is really good, but from the rear, not quite to the same level.
Yep.
Dallas, Texas.
Tony looks good here. I certainly would like to see some more conditioning here from the front. Maybe a lot more size on the legs too.
Agreed.
Needs some more ham for sure from that side right there.
We talked about the trunks earlier. I definitely think he's putting that in mind when he picked the trunks out.
Right.
I definitely think it can. I personally don't know how big of a difference it makes when it comes to judging. Because if you're hiding it, then
Then we can't see it.
You can't see it.
Yeah.
So this is his third show, I'm pretty sure. Last week he took fifth.
I believe so. So
And
he's
then
been placing top 5 at his last 2 showings, and this is his rookie year. He's looking fantastic.
And you see
Man,
why.
I'll say that Boss Outlaw, he's like nailing all these peaks, man. I'm honestly very impressed with his work on all his athletes that he does, and this is no different here. That's great conditioning.
Definitely. I know Austin struggled to make weight at his first show of the season. Hopefully it was a little bit easier this time around.
Ooh, that's a good shot. I could see him getting the first call so far.
Yeah, to have this type of density your rookie season, like that's absolutely amazing. He looks great. He's sharp.
25, right?
I think so.
So yeah. Definitely think some small things for posing could be a little bit better. Gotta keep that waist tight.
I can't tell if it's I feel like maybe a touch darker on the tan or glaze or something here.
we talk about competitive advantages, and I think getting to a show, understanding the lighting and the backdrop of a stage is absolutely important, especially for the fair skinned guys. Trying to nail the color is super important. So I'm with you on that.
It's definitely very difficult. It took me a while as well, being a darker guy. Because usually what they do with the lighting is they try to find someone in the middle if possible, and they base the lighting off that person. Me being usually the darkest guy on stage, it was hard to see a couple shows out, and eventually I found out I needed only one single coat of tan. I usually get it the morning of the show.
Wow.
That's it. Yeah.
Wow.
Canada.
Carl, Montreal local. Alright, very wide shoulders, some good detail in the quads. But could use a little bit more in the hamstrings, I would say.
I think that's probably the number one body part you do see if someone's lacking is typically hands.
That is, yeah, true. This is a thick boy.
It's thick.
Wow.
Those arms. Whew. Some biceps there.
Tommy has some mass on him.
He does.
He'd like to see it a lot more conditioned.
I would too.
But he has some mass on him, so a ton of potential.
Yeah, the conditioning from the rear needs to improve a lot to hang with these guys. George's legs, I saw him earlier in the call outs, and his legs are ridiculous. He's got tons of muscle.
He absolutely does.
There we go, got the glutes on.
See, I see the glutes. I'm like, wish those trunks were pull up a touch here.
Positioning is really good. I think he may struggle shape-wise with some of the other guys, but conditioning and size is there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if he brings up the lats, though, gets a little bit more width on those lats, it'll certainly help improve the shape, because he has the size.
For sure, for sure.
How far is this flight?
Yeah, Laszlo.
I couldn't even tell you where that is, to be honest with you. I have to go look at some map.
That says a ton about this show, though, to be able to get so many international competitors coming over.
It looks really, really good.
Laszlo's a great guy as well.
Got some great
He works with Patrick Tor, the current coach of Keon, 212 Mr. Olympia. And Laszlo's a very, very smart individual when it comes to training. I love watching his stuff. He contacts my mentor, and they speak a lot about his training, and it's paying off quite a bit with his physique.
Yeah, he looks absolutely amazing. That's some of the best conditioning we've probably seen up here so far.
This is one of those guys I mentioned earlier that has been to the Olympia, one of those 6 guys. So you could definitely tell the difference in quality when it comes to one of those guys that's been on that stage already.
Yeah, it's just another level. It absolutely is a different level.
I really love the conditioning. And the posing is very nice.
Good posing.
It's going to be a tough show.
That was probably one of my faves so far.
All right, John. John is known for his posing, so hopefully he puts on a master class today. I believe John just did Tampa, so he's been in the States for a while, so no long flight for him this time around. His coach is actually out here in Texas, so he's been making this his base camp for the past week or so.
See a little more back density.
Yeah. He's feeling it.
So he did the same show as an amateur, is what Sheila was telling me. Started out in men's physique. Now he's moved up to the classic ranks to the pro.
Love to see it. Conditioning is on point for sure.
Conditioning is definitely on point. There are not a ton of guys that can actually make that transition from men's physique up to classic and further on. I think he's done a really good job of doing so.
Definitely, definitely.
Super good on fullness and dry, and see from the back here.
Conditioning is definitely on. But the hard part when switching from men's physique to classic is developing those legs to balance out that upper body.
100% agree.
Yeah. I think he still has a little bit more to go to get there, but it's definitely very, very good. I wouldn't say they're weak, just not quite to the level of his upper body.
That's a really nice way of saying men's physique guys don't train legs. I'm using that the next time.
There you go. That's the eloquent way to say it. Yes. Great quad shape, small waist. Love to see it. Really nice front double. Real nice. I swear the Brazilians have been pumping out some very, very good competitors over the last couple years. Very nice side chest.
Good.
I think I've seen this guy. He's been making some waves on social media lately.
Every time someone gets up there and they have great conditioning from the front, I'm like, please from the behind. Please, can we match it, please?
Yeah.
This guy matches it.
The reason why his glutes are looking the way they are is the way he's posing. When you push your hips back like that, you get that extra detail in the lower back. You get a little bit thicker lats, but you lose all that definition in your glutes. But overall, man, this is one of the best shapes.
Great.
Yeah.
Pro debut. He works with, I believe her name is Gina, Steve Kupo's coach.
Ah.
Yeah.
Texas. His
King Snake, another Texas resident. Okay. Shape is very nice. I definitely think he's missing a little bit of density in certain areas.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Great frame to start with, though. With this being the pro debut, excuse me. I think he's only up from here.
Yeah, this is a great pro debut, 100%.
Don't 100% quote me, but I'm 99% sure it's his pro debut. I just haven't seen him post anything about him being a pro yet, so
Well,
don't
even if
quote
it's
me.
his rookie year,
Yeah.
it's a good rookie year.
Kelvin has pretty good shape here also.
Definitely. Very thick chest, shoulders, very nice. Conditioning, very nice throughout the rear.
Again, here in the back poses, I think you're just looking for a little bit more detail, perhaps a tad bit more development to match those front poses that he has. Kelvin looks pretty good today, though.
Another Arlington, Texas. You just roll out of bed and come right over here. They're right there.
I think conditioning could be a little bit better here.
Yeah.
Size throughout the legs as well. Upper body is very, very thick and muscular, but he does look like an older individual as well.
I didn't want to say it. I was like, just wondering. It's like he does look a little older than the rest of these guys, but I mean,
yeah, I think
so
this is one of the competitors that actually turned pro in the Masters division.
Ah, okay.
So to be out here with the younger guys, but I think it shows. You know, you're needing a lot of size to catch up, and certainly more conditioning to be able to be a part of that first call out.
This is Arlington as well.
In terms of conditioning, not bad at all. If anything, just filling in a few of the gaps is going to be what's needed to really take them up to the next level.
Which, like we talked about, I mean, a lot of these guys, it's like when you're a pro again, you're really an amateur again. You're starting from the bottom of the pro rank, you work your way up, you get feedback at all these shows, come in better every time.
For sure, but this is a good showing in terms of what he brought today and what he has.
For sure. I'm waiting for one of these guys to come out here and match your posing. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm like, we're getting towards the end. I'm like, come on, where are we at?
Oh, yeah, we'll see. Really. Condition. Veins popping and
Very
everything.
vascular.
Yeah. I think one thing is like if you're not the biggest guy, at least show up in shape. You know what I mean?
Absolutely have to. Absolutely have to.
I always tell people, I'm like, control your conditioning, show up and see what happens. You killed, you may get in the first spot. Who knows? You know?
Yeah, you never know. Your veins everywhere.
I assume this guy is older too, and he's got great conditioning.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
For the end.
They call that old man muscle. She got those veins, grainy look. Yeah. I like it.
I wanted to ask you this in the during the when they were coming out in fleets. Do the tattoos, do they ever throw your judging off? Like someone like this, like when you see these tattoos, are they distracting to you?
I hear you. In his case, no. So, I don't think, we'll just talk about his chest to begin with, right? I can see how full his chest is
Right.
regardless of the tattoos. So I don't think that it takes away from it. I will say your color that you pick, as far as your tan goes, does a lot. So here, he's detailed in the back. His tattoos don't necessarily take away from it too bad. I have seen some cases, though, where you miss some of the detail in certain body parts because of tattoos, but he did a great job today with color.
Yeah, and it goes to show you with his placings. He just was, I think, he placed 6th at his last showing, top 5 in another show before that. I always feel like it's disrespectful for, you see a lot of fans saying, the judges are being distracted by the tattoos. I'm like, you don't think they can pay attention to like that?
We're looking for muscles.
I know, right?
Not for the pictures.
Distracted that much by tattoos. Oh, man.
And I think a good thing to call out on the live stream, it is so different in person than what we're able to see, on the internet.
I'd like to see some more color on.
For sure. I don't think he got any tan. It's important sometimes to get that your tanning done by the people at the show. Some people they'll do the tanning themselves at home, but like it can vary. Like the lighting that plays a big part of it, and the tanning people at the show pay attention to it.
This guy, is this 238 or 230?
This is Jimmy 239.
So United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost looks like he doesn't have any color on. Maybe like a very, very, very light coat.
He's another guy, a tall guy. Looks like he's going to have to fill out his frame a tad bit more.
Yeah, especially upper body. Like the quads look pretty good, but throughout the chest is really flat. The leg slap, he knew it. I think this guy is really, really young.
These young guys, they get me the most excited. I'm like, the potential on some of these kids.
So there's been a debate lately about whether or not how often you should hit the vacuum in poses. And I do like the fact that he hit the abs and then he hit the vacuum to show people a bit of both.
And some people, they get up there and they hit a vacuum, and I'm just like, but some people hit a vacuum and you're so drawn to it that I'm like, would like to see him hit it more, you know what I mean?
Very good showing for Alexander.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I think the vacuum, if it's a strength, hit it. If not, and it makes me start to pick apart every other thing, leave it alone. Sometimes, just flexed and pushed out abs are exactly what we're looking for.
All right, Gabriel. Already qualified for the Olympia. Let's see what he's got.
Brazil. Great.
Very nice.
Great shape, good conditioning.
very thick chest, very thick arms as well. It's very good to see that this guy's been competing. I think this is his third show of the season, and he's still very much on. Sometimes you get physiques that start to fade a bit after competing so much.
Very true. Body start to look tired.
Yeah. And he's doing a really good job of maintaining a good look.
Nice fullness.
I believe his wife is competing later today as well in wellness.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so we got a couple competing. It's very nice to see.
Makes grocery shopping a lot easier.
Great quads.
Great quads, yeah. Nice lap spread as well.
Some of these guys do surprise me. I saw him walk out and I was like, and then he starts hitting his poses. I'm like, this is solid.
Yeah, completely different. Sometimes you never know until they get into it.
You're absolutely right.
Big back double bicep. His conditioning from the front is spot on.
Tough one for the judges we got going on.
It's going to be a large first call.
Is this your list?
30 guys, you guys.
Is this your list?
That's a lot. Yeah, so this
Can I
is
see?
mine. Absolutely. I want to know who you guys.
Well, I needed a pin. I already forgot I couldn't be a judge.
There we go. We got Mateus. Yeah, Mateus, I'm definitely seeing that. Gabrielle. Laszlo. Nah, I got those in my top 3.
Yeah, I think I put Dankova 213 in my top 5 as well. We'll call it first call out.
Do you have SB?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay, so that's the top 5.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be it's gonna be tough.
And those are all guys that stood out with conditioning.
They did.
So.
I think Alex could be in there as well, but Alex may be in the goose that might push him out of it.
You might be right. We'll see what happens today.
Man. Love to see it. It was fun. Dan Covina, yeah. Alex Cabanero. Austin.
4 for 4 so far, you guys.
Laszlo. Jimmy. Oh, wow. 240. Okay.
That's a large call out.
Oh, wow. Good for Alexander.
You hit all 5 there, though, didn't you?
We were pretty good.
That's why
Pretty good. This is a
that's-
big call out though, and I like seeing this because it gives guys an opportunity to fight.
And that lets you know just how deep this competition is. Oh, man. I'm excited for it.
Let's go.
I would say Dan is looking like on the money in this shot right in the front up, in the front line spread,
Absolutely
yeah. Oh my goodness. He's the standout for me right now. 100%.
Man, Austin's shape right here looks so good.
Oh. There we go. Yeah, I think this is gonna be it.
Yeah.
Gabrielle versus
Dan,
the Black Panther.
Oh,
Man.
Dan is nasty.
It really is the waist.
It reminds me of man, who is it?
he just has almost no waist. Like it
It's
just
ridiculous.
completely disappears. And to see the amount of size he holds on his frame, even sitting right next to Gabrielle, is crazy.
Let's see how the back double looks. kind of missed it, but it's all
we
good.
did a little bit. I'll tell you that I think that if there's a weakness on Dan, it's certainly in that back double.
I agree.
It just doesn't have the same depth that everyone else does.
I can't stop looking at the quads in my waist. It's like I look at everyone and I go back to him. It's nuts.
Favorite classic pose?
Who's the second to the end here?
That is second to the end, to the left.
Yeah.
That is Alex. Oh. This could mean two things. We've seen at a couple shows that they'll move someone over if they know they're in
We
first.
know it, yeah. All right, we're mixing up some comparisons here.
Brazilian versus Brazilian here. I do like Mateus in that front double bicep. Shape I would give to Mateus, but conditioning I would give to Gabrielle and
And Terrence, I agree with you on that.
I think for these two guys, that's what's going to come down to, whether you like the shape better on Mateus or the conditioning better on Gabrielle.
It's tough too,
It
you
is
know.
tough. It really is.
I think when you're talking about classic physique, you're looking for just a perfect blend of both, and there's just two different strong points here.
Yeah. I think the question is, did Mateus bring enough to edge out Gabrielle at the show?
Certainly has the size though.
Yeah.
All right, so what's going through your head here at this point? You're not being called out for any poses. The judges are arguing, or we're doing whatever we're doing down there, or catching numbers. What's going through your mind at this time?
Basically, just maintaining my composure, making sure I'm breathing properly while keeping my waist tight. But on top of that,
Wow.
All right, I guess they got it figured out. We'll see.
That was pretty quick. That was quicker than I thought it would be. I'm sure they'll bring him back
They'll bring
out.
them back for sure. But on top of that, just making sure I'm hitting poses the best I can the next time around. All right, we got second call outs here. I'm gonna give a little props to Classic, just because it's my division. I love to see that even in second call-outs, just how great the conditioning is across the board.
You know what's funny? I was gonna say the same thing. This could be a first call out.
Yeah. So we got Zach moving up. Good to see. All right. Getting into it again. This is the pose here that will get you moved up or moved down a couple places?
I can't quite see who's in the middle here, but super thick through the back, ton of detail there.
Definitely. Okay, okay. So they're giving each judge an opportunity to see the physiques the best way possible. Yeah, Zach, the tattooed guy, definitely has a great back.
He does. A lot of detail.
Terrence, you made a point about it earlier. You got to keep working, right? Like, so this group obviously on a lot longer than the first group, but judges are still moving them.
Yeah.
Like,
I was about to say the same thing. They've working these guys
these
a
guys
lot.
are fighting today.
Key thing here is keeping the waist tight. You see the guy on the far left, relaxing the quads, just standing around. That's not what you want to do.
Absolutely
You want
agree.
to fight to the end.
And in a lineup like this, it's still an honor to be in the second call out. You know what I mean?
For
Nothing
sure.
to hang your head over, so.
Yeah, you're talking about a competition with 6 Olympians in it, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's always a tough day when you're in that last call out for sure, but I always take it as though you take that opportunity to learn, get better. Don't take it as a loss. Take it as an opportunity to learn.
My first national show, 2015. I get there, I see the guys taking their shirts off. I'm like, I'm on the right spot. I don't know, last call out there, but I always tell my clients, I'm like, that was the best lesson I ever had. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it takes, getting your butt beat on stage to elevate you, right?
Yeah. Our first show, I came in last place, and the next year it was not the same.
I was gonna say, have you ever placed bad? But there you go.
I definitely think in this call outs, a lot of guys have one thing they're doing really well, but like another part of the judging criteria, not very well. So some guys are very conditioned, but they're lacking the shape or the size. Some guys have the size, but they're lacking in conditioning. And they're just going to have to figure out a way to bring in every single factor to move up a few spots.
These wellness girls warming up back here, I just feel like insane. Some of these girls are built like.
The leg development, man. I've seen some of these wellness girls. They have better leg development than some female bodybuilders.
Yeah, I don't think I want to stand next to some of these girls. They're up next. I think you guys will be pleasantly surprised, pleasantly pleased. Are they doing, is there one more call after this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
There
7.
may be, they may bring
more.
people back out to get final looks. Oh no, you're right. I think there is one more call out after this one. One thing I love to see though is like they're running these guys through these poses like this. It means they care. A lot of times they kind of run the guys in those third, fourth calls a little bit quicker. But Tyler Maine, the VP, man, he cares, and it's showing you right here.
Yeah, every show I've been to that he's judged, I've been very like happy with how he does that. Like he's judging to the very end, you know.
Definitely.
Which all these guys, you know, they deserve that,
it, yeah.
right?
100%.
It's also good because you know they get real feedback as well. You know, going around.
Yes, I love it. I think as a pro bodybuilder as well, one thing that's required is you have to be able to accurately like critique yourself. You know, definitely, and if you can, you definitely need to rely on the judges, but you should be able to do it yourself, right? But I've spoken to some of these guys, and I'm like, okay, what do you think you need to work on? It's like, I don't know, man. I think I'm pretty perfect. And I'm like, dude, I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
I've seen Phil. When
Right.
an Olympian said he needs stuff to work on. So I definitely think that takes some humility and some
Absolutely
realness
does.
with yourself.
And listen, at the end of the day, you guys, we're competitors, right? Like, we're not getting up on stage just for the purpose of getting on stage. Like, the goal is to win. The goal is to get to the O. The goal is to compete against the best. And I agree. Whatever you can take from that, you got to keep going. Got to keep improving.
Definitely.
Well, that's the fun part about the sport to me. I mean, when I competed, it was like the improvement. That's the fun thing. Because then you look back and you know your show 3 years ago, and you look at your show now, and you're like, wow, the improvements I've made. You know.
Definitely.
And I think that's the people that go the farthest, are the ones that you know enjoy the process.
You gotta enjoy the process, man. Yeah, if you just looking for the end result, it's gonna be a very unhappy journey.
Yeah,
man.
I agree. I agree.
One thing I noticed too, from a competitive standpoint, not many guys have been stepping forward over the line. It gets annoying, you know what I mean? You see people stepping forward, then the judges have to say, step back, get back on the line.
You feel like it gives you edge?
I don't. So I spoke to Tyler Maine about it, and he says it doesn't matter. He's like, I would rather someone actually take a step back.
Same.
He's
I
like,
completely agree.
again, it goes to like people thinking the judges are like babies or something. It's like you think I don't see you taking a step forward, and you don't think I know what that does. You know, I think it's a bit silly that they think they can get on stage and trick the judges like they haven't been doing it every day for years. You know,
It never fails.
So this is 5 or 4th or.
Yeah, it's our final call out for that.
this is.
I think everyone except the top 2.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're
Yeah.
right.
Okay. So they left 3 or 4 guys out of this from the first callouts. They left Gabrielle.
So I say was 3.
Mateus,
Yep.
I see they did this in
Dan
Austin
Covino.
too. They did they did a big first call out, and then you know all the rest of the call outs, and then they may do like 5 through 8. So then it compares some of the first and second call out guys.
There we go. So right now we're fighting for 4th through maybe like 9th.
Yep.
Okay.
Austin's front double is great.
Very much so. I'm not sure if Alex is losing some size now that he's getting older or what, but I definitely think I've seen him better.
And it's amazing, you look at people's individual routines and you put them in these lineups and comparisons and they just look completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he still has the conditioning, but the size isn't there. Fullness may not be there either.
You know, it's funny. I got to compete with Flex Wheeler during his his comeback a couple years ago.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, and sometimes I'll never say I beat Flex Wheeler, even though I did. I beat him, but realistically, I did not beat him at his best.
Yeah, I'm taking that all day to the bank. I beat Flex. Nah. To my grave, too. I beat Flex.
No. Because once you show them a picture, they look at you funny.
To all your kids,
Yeah.
that was the Flex Wheeler at his prime.
His prime.
This is his prime.
Austin's happy. I mean, he's beat an Olympian.
I mean, that another season that he's probably going to get a qualification at some point.
Definitely. He's come close quite a bit this season. All right.
So this is top 4.
Top 4, love to see it.
There we go.
Guess they're not liking
Dankova.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Again, I think his back shots hurt him there.
Okay. You definitely think he can light up his quads a bit more. You see him flickering on and off too. I'm not sure if this is Mateus' pro debut, but I'm pretty sure it is.
He looks amazing.
Like I've just
and if this is
recently seen
it, oh my goodness.
Very impressive. He's gotten harder too. Oh, you see the glute difference and how he poses?
Yeah.
And how he loses it when he pushes it back. Yeah.
Hit those glutes.
It's a great final call out though.
Are you
Really
surprised with assuming this is the top 2 right here in the middle?
I probably would have had Dan Covina in the top 2, to be honest with you. But like I said, I do think you said the back hurts him a lot in this call out.
Well, pretty solidified then.
Brazil came to Texas and showed out. All right.
I mean, his conditioning is just insane.
It's actually a great shot for all 4 of these guys.
It really is, yeah. I feel like the judges are probably going to work him a bit. It's an interesting way Mateus is posing because the way he hits that back double, it really makes his back stand out, but he does lose the glutes, but it doesn't seem like the judges mind it all that much.
Nope.
It's a very nice shot for everybody. Man.
Assuming this is your top 2, who you got?
I got Mateus, man. I really do.
Yeah, I like him too, Terrence. I think I agree with you.
I think shape-wise, I think condition's good enough to, even if it's not on the same level as Gabriel, it's enough to beat him out.
And the shape is better.
Yeah,
Posing was a little bit better also. It was a great final call out.
All right, we got wellness up next. We're gonna let the 2 ladies hop in. We'll leave you in.
You guys will see you.
Yes, sir.
Great to have you on, man.
People like it, as long as you're not.
2024 Texas Pro is proudly presented by America's Choice Fitness and Nutrition and by NewTek. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a matter of moments, we will proceed to our wellness division. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time now to move on to the IFBB Wellness Division here at the 2024 Texas Pro. The Wellness Division is proudly presented by Wolfpack and by Toxic Angels Bikinis. We will first bring out our competitors in 3 groups of 5 competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for our first group from the IFBB Wellness Division. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, your head judge, Tyler Mannion.
Oh my god, that's his name.
All right, you guys, we're here with our first look of women's wellness, joined by Miss Jenna and Miss Marissa. Thank you guys for coming in today.
Thank you guys for having us.
All right, you guys, give our audience just a quick idea of what the judges are kind of looking at, or what you think of as women's wellness competitors as you're going through these quarter terms.
So, wellness is originally from Brazil. It's a very lower body dominant category. It's supposed to be, you know, the aesthetics, the beauty of the bikini category, but with a lower body dominance. They say that the conditioning is supposed to be about the same as bikini, but the way that the category has been moving, it's a little bit more conditioned than we're seeing in the bikini category. So, we honestly have an incredible lineup coming in. We have Lisa just won down in Tampa, and we have a couple Olympians. Cassandra Gillis just went off stage. She is Miss International, so she has won the Arnold Classic and Wellness. So we got a deep lineup today.
Lucretia far right, she competed at Tampa last week. I believe this is her third pro show.
And we do have a lot of pro debuts today too. Carla, Stephanie, who else is doing their debut today? I think that may be it, unless I'm incorrect. But so
looks like Lisa might have been a little bit fuller. Tyler asked her to do. You wanted to finish a little bit fuller.
yeah, so I saw her backstage, and there was still some feathering. So I think she got a really good pump before, and it really fills out. With the wellness category, because it's so conditioned, but they are looking for that fullness, it's really that peak that differentiates the top, like, 1 or 2, you know?
It's a lot harder than people know to really nail the wellness conditioning.
Oh, yeah. Because you need to be absolutely shredded, but look full.
But look full
and
not,
bubbly, and
not
still
show those lines
keep that
too much.
keep that waist tight. Yeah.
And Tracy far left, this is her first season, or first show of the season.
My girl Tracy is actually a dental hygienist, and being in dental school, I gotta give her a little shout out for that, because yeah, I love it. When I graduate, I'm gonna make an entire office just full of bodybuilding pros. There's so many in this sport, it's crazy. She's looking really good.
She is.
Yeah, so, oh my god, hi guys. So one thing in this category that they're really looking for is overall shape. So they really moved away from just rewarding size, and they're looking for that flow, that femininity, the whole complete package. So you've seen a lot of girls, and you see a lot of people on Instagram just going for size, And in the last year, I would say they've really like pulled back. Yes. Okay, so we have, is this Jessica Alvarado?
Hey, Miss Jessica.
Beautiful. I love the green on her.
I'd really like to see her slow down just a little bit, hold her poses slightly longer.
So, Party People. War Lisa schon dran? Kann mir das mal einer reinschreiben, bitte?
Down just a little bit.
Just a little bit. The back pose, you could probably pull her heels, point your toes more forward.
Give more of that glute dominance for sure.
I know that she's also a mother, so I respect it.
Oh, eine Mutter.
For conditioning,
Die ist was für mich.
I think there's just a couple points on the posing that would really benefit her shape a lot. Yes. But yeah. Okay, so today is actually Jasmine's birthday.
Wow.
She's only 23 as of today. Yeah.
This is her second show?
This is her second pro show and her fourth show ever.
See, I just love her shape.
That front pose is stunning. The side pose.
Oh man,
Oh, die sieht gut
I
aus.
wonder what her feedback was in Tampa. I feel like she came in a little too hard in Tampa. And she looks, I mean, on the live stream, she looks like she's filled out. Like her,
Tyler did say he wanted to see her have a little bit more upper glute. And I love that she
Upper
got rid of the
glute.
crimp on her hair. I think this looks a lot better on her. If I'm not mistaken, she crimped it last week. But her shape is
her
phenomenal.
waist.
Tiny.
Yes. But like also who doesn't?
Ja, das beantwortet meine Frage ja nicht, ob Lisa schon dran war. Auch in der Vorstellungsrunde ist ja Lisa dran. Okay, Lisa war noch nicht dran.
I love her suit. Okay, mental note made. I want that suit color for Althea.
Yeah, that looks beautiful.
Yeah, this is her pro debut.
And she started in bikini. So I can see why she outgrew bikini.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good poise.
Good flow too.
Yeah.
Short and sweet.
I like when athletes are very purposeful with their routines.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I've noticed that they're moving away from the too overly flamboyant movements.
Her pro debut too, right? She just turned pro at Universe.
I believe so, yes,
Yeah.
Stephanie.
Yeah.
She's a little bit on the smaller side.
Mein Basecap ist von Thesby Rose. X und Sledge. Ist gar kein Team.
Throw her hat in the ring, see where she lands. I love that.
Absolutely, get your feet wet.
Yeah. In front of the top judges, you know. Your clients look nice. She's gorgeous.
She is so beautiful.
Yeah.
That color looks great on her too.
Her flow is amazing. Just a little polishing on the posing, I feel like stunning.
She's got good poise.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Miss International, the blonde Canadian bombshell is what they call her. Beautiful. I love her look today. She looks like a little Marilyn Monroe. She looks great. Her tan is much better than it was in Tampa. Beautiful. So yeah, her feedback in Tampa was to come in a little bit softer. And I know that her coach is here because we have the same coach. So being here in person, to be able to actually peek her and see the conditioning in person I'm sure it's helped so much.
Makes a big difference.
Yeah, with somebody that's as muscular as she is, you know?
Got lots of density below.
Yes.
Very nice flow.
Yes. And her posing is so much better too.
She is a tiny tank.
Isn't that her Instagram handle? Like Little Buff Chick?
Little
Right?
Buff Chick.
Little Buff Chick? I love it. I love all the wellness girls. There's like mini tank, little tank, mini beast, little buff chick. Like, I feel like people don't realize that most of the wellness girlies are like 5 feet tall.
Yes.
And Cass looks like she's 6 feet tall, but she's 5'5", 5'6", you guys. Like, her tie-ins are crazy.
Her conditioning is always so on point.
Yes. Her tie-ins almost touch her kneecap. They're so long. That's crazy. The insertions are stunning.
Oh, I think her posing is definitely, her front pose is definitely improved.
I was just gonna say,
Yes.
yeah.
Very good.
She was bending over a lot in the past shows, and she really is staying upright.
Marcella. Oh, that
I love
suit.
her. So I was talking to Marcella, and it turns out that she just had surgery, but she committed to these shows, and that's why she's here. So she's been fighting an injury, surgery, and came back to do these shows. So
Oh, her shape is so beautiful.
looks stunning.
That tiny waist.
yeah, she was so concerned about her conditioning, but she looks so
No,
good.
she looked, yeah.
Oh my goodness, look at that side pose.
Beautiful.
What waist? Where?
Yes.
They left it in Brazil. And her conditioning from last week too is improved. Amazing. I feel like she's the epitome of what we talk about in wellness, where it is that strength and that femininity all combined, and that confidence, but not like the ego cocky confidence, you know what I
Yes.
mean? It's like the I have arrived.
Yes.
Yes, like as soon as she hit that pose, yes.
Very streamlined physique.
Yes.
That is a beautiful pose. Gorgeous.
I love it.
Yes.
Her husband or boyfriend just competed
Competed
in
in Classic?
Classic,
Yeah,
was
okay,
in top
that's what
two.
we were
Yeah.
trying to figure out who it was.
They're here together.
Yeah.
Both competing.
Yeah, they just did
Awesome.
Tampa together too. Alright, so Lisa just won down in Tampa.
Da ist sie doch.
And her
Leiser.
from last year to this year,
Insane.
just like ridiculous.
Die Quads von der, Alter, geisteskrank.
Now I know
Her
Tyler
front.
asked her to come in a little bit fuller,
Mhm.
and she is on the shorter side.
Yeah.
Mega.
Has the complete package.
Absolutely.
I love her posing. I love her flow. And this back pose is a knockout.
Lights out.
Yeah.
Her upper body's
Like, she's got my palms sweating for Olympia. I'm not gonna lie. I watched Tampa and I immediately went after prejudging to go hit train glutes. I was like, all right, I got 9 weeks. Heard. Yep.
beautiful.
Stunning. And this is what you were talking about with the moving slow. Like,
Mhm.
hit the pose, hold the pose, let them sit, like, let it soak in.
Yes.
Gorgeous.
Does look like she came in a bit fuller.
Her shoulders are very capped today.
Mega. Sieht sehr, sehr gut aus. Ein Kollege hat hier was geschrieben wegen einer Disbalance.
The way that this red just pops.
Ich sehe da keine Disbalance.
What color do you wear?
I've worn red. Blue's usually my color though.
Yeah. I wore blue once and that was it. I couldn't go anywhere else.
I've worn pink too, but not my color at all.
I love that. Good flow.
And she posted her comparison from May to now, and it was extremely impressive how she's pulled down so quickly.
Her tie-in's looking crispy too. Yeah, she's also on Team Ludacris with me. So I see her check-ins, and she has come so far.
She's got good flow. Now she started in women's physique.
And then
Heftig.
switched over in 2022.
Schöne Athletin
And I
auch.
love her for wellness.
And I saw her backstage, and her glutes are impressive. The
Yeah.
size of them are. I was
I
just
want her to stand up
a little bit
stand up a
more.
little more.
Looks like a little bit more conditioning too might benefit her.
But she does have that wellness look. Like, it's coming along. I feel like if she came in a little bit tighter, the upper body would be a little less dominant. But she does have that fullness and that muscle density in the lower body.
Absolutely.
She's moving in the right direction for sure.
How difficult do you think the transition is coming down from physique to wellness?
I would say it's the upper body, having to bring the upper body down.
Yeah.
And you're training, right?
People say that gaining muscle is hard, losing muscle and trying to keep other muscle is so hard.
Yeah.
I haven't trained. I wasn't in women's physique, right? I started in wellness, have always been in wellness. I haven't trained upper body for 2.5 years now, almost.
Wow.
And my upper body is still like, so it's not a matter of just not training. It's, yeah.
And she, now Natasha, she won her pro card in figure.
Yes.
So she kind of has a similar problem to Alyssa, where she needs to bring down her upper body as well.
She's got some density on her.
She sure does.
Yeah, I've been watching her transformation. Her coach is one of my good friends. And where she started to where she is on the stage, like, my jaw is on the floor. From everything from physique to posing too. Like, that side shot, a little crispier and a little smaller. Stupid. Amazing.
Her legs are so dense.
Yeah. Okay. Also on the smaller side, look gorgeous.
Very vibrant.
Yeah. So definitely more size.
A little bit more conditioning. Now, is this her? Do we know if this is her debut?
I don't think so. I'm not gonna lie, I stalked all these girls on Instagram. I would have wrote down in my notes if this was her debut. I think she already had it. But her posing is really graceful. I think it's just a matter of time. Add some size, bring in that conditioning, which conditioning is always a little bit easier when you have that muscle underneath.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like her flow. I like how she holds her poses so we can see what we're looking at.
Yeah, me too. She very much has the Brazilian style of the presentation with the arms.
She does.
I love her vibe. So she did her debut in Atlanta 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, this is her second show.
Yeah. I love it. Her feedback was come in tighter and work on posing. Her posing is looking good. I think she could still be a little bit tighter. I think it's the midsection that's giving it away a little bit.
I'd like to see her add some volume to her hair.
Yeah. But she is definitely crispier in the glutes than the last show I saw. The last show I Instagram stalked her.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like a general theme that I'm seeing today in posing is that I just want all of the women to just stand up,
Yeah.
pull up. Just it's just from that scapula, it's just retracting it back, you know, not letting that shoulder fall forward. And with the judges so far down, a lot of women start posing to the judges and they lean forward. And I'm not hypocritical. I did that for I want to say 2 years until Axel grabbed me and was like, I don't know why you're doing this.
We don't
Please
need
stop.
you to. From a judge's perspective, we prefer to see you more erect. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Wow, her quad density is impressive.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
That's
Back pose is amazing.
very nice.
I wish she didn't pull her quads to the side in the back pose.
As much.
Yeah. Just let it be all like glutes all day.
Yep.
Because with this much, like, look how perfect it is now, and then it spreads.
Right.
And you lose it just a little.
Mm-hmm.
Stunning.
Very nice, Danny.
Look at this energy. This is how you command a stage. See how she just walked out like that? Like, you can't help but watch her.
Yeah.
That was just claps.
And that tiny waist. Look
Yes,
at that.
her posing
Oh my gosh.
is phenomenal. Like, just that energy, the way, the stage presence, that's the word.
Stage
Her
presence.
stage presence just makes you want to watch her.
Mhm. Beautiful smile too.
Yeah.
She's improved a lot from last year.
Yeah. I feel like her front pose is always the strongest pose. And it's just about getting that bottom of that tie-in, that teardrop to just connect.
Her
But once
conditioning looks on point.
she looks so good. And I know that she stumbled a couple times in her routine, but that is what makes a champion. If you can stumble and still have all three of us be like,
agree.
amazing presentation. Like, she almost fell, and all of us were like, flawless. Amazing.
Absolutely
I love
agree.
it.
For those of you guys watching us, joined here with Miss Marissa, 3-time Olympian, and Jenna coming fresh off of a win. Republic of Texas, is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, congratulations. So going to your first O this year too.
Yes.
You guys, we got the first call out coming up. Who you got?
I got Cass. I'm gonna look at your list. Okay, so Cass for sure, Gracia, Lisa. I feel like those are gonna be our top three.
Mm-hmm. I'd also
It's just their level of conditioning is stunning.
and Jasmine Baker.
Yes, and Jasmine.
I think that's gonna be the top 4.
100%. Yeah. And I honestly couldn't tell you between those 4 who's going to be battling for first and second.
Did you say Celeste?
I didn't. But I could see her in that top call-out for sure. And then I was,
So, Lisa, jetzt reiß mal ab die Hütte hier.
Yeah, so we're bringing up 6.
I was going to say, and then Marcella. Who else do we have? Who's the behind her?
Looks like we got
Oh, yeah.
Jasmine, Cassandra,
Marcella.
Lisa,
That's who I was
Dana,
thinking of,
Gresham,
yes.
Marcella.
Nice. Right, so Lisa can the stunner. Yeah. Alright, so who's taking this side pose?
Knockout.
Yeah. All of them, their
Cass's
waist.
waist is much tighter from last week.
Her waist has come down so much in the last year. Like, her shape today is stunning.
Grasha's tiny, you guys, but she is holding it with everyone else up here.
Yeah,
Goodness.
she is true. This is her pretty.
Alter, hinten macht Lisa keiner nass.
She's definitely here.
Von hinten geisteskrank, wirklich.
You can just tell the level of conditioning.
Lächel.
Yeah.
Ja.
You can always tell from that back pose. Yep. Like the back pose tells all, honestly. Wait, I want to go back to the front shot.
Also jeder, der schon mal in den Genuss gekommen ist, Lisa live zu sehen, weiß auch, was das für eine Maschine ist.
I feel like
Ja.
her upper body is more dominant this week than it was last week. Normally Cass looks like she is more of like a balanced physique, which in wellness is not what we're looking for. We're obviously looking for that asymmetry, and I feel like Cass has more of that today. I don't know why.
Ja, Andrea, jetzt weiß ich, woher du deine Backpose hast, auf jeden Fall.
The back pose, Lisa looks insane. Yeah, she has the fullness, the conditioning. I don't see any striations as she was walking. But yeah, I like.
So you guys, as you're going through these quarter turns, what are you trying to show the judges here?
The idea is, when I'm on stage, keep the core tight, stand tall, and the glutes up. You definitely want to showcase, depending on the level of conditioning, maybe potentially hitting your poses a little bit harder to reveal more conditioning. But if you're too conditioned, you don't hit the poses as hard. But the side pose, you want to have those glutes up, standing tall. At least that's what's going through my mind when I'm hitting my poses.
Stunning. Amazing first
It's
call out.
amazing. Not too much movement either, you guys.
No. I think our top four brought an absurd level. Like they brought really, really good packages.
I always say the higher you climb, the thinner the hair.
Oh yeah.
It comes down to minor differences and just what the judges are looking for on that particular day.
Absolutely. But yeah, just like you said, Jenna, it's always, I feel like everything from my belly button down, conditioning, posing, everything like that it's determined. Like when I walk into a show, it is what it's going to be. So I never really focus on my lower body. My brain is always thinking core, control the core, control the core. Because with wellness, you don't really flex or, it's not like open bodybuilding where you're flexing and squeezing and, moving around. You hit your pose and you hold it like a statue. And then with the thing that you have to keep in mind is the core and tension in the lower back. Am I hinging as much as I need to be? And once you're there, you hold. So I feel like my energy very much goes towards trying to interact with the judges and to have a good time and to kind of just
Owning
it's
the
a show.
stage.
Yeah, it's a show.
Yeah.
So
Making it about the audience, that's something that goes through my head, like putting on a show for them instead of the pressure of being on stage, if that makes sense.
Natasha looks amazing in this lineup. You can really see the density in that lower body here. I wish that that Amber on the side, I wish her tan was a little darker. Yeah. Like all of these women look amazing. They just look like if there was the standard, the mark right in the middle, they're just like one step to either direction. Just like either a little too big or a little too small. But like you said, splitting hairs at this point, or especially at this show, this is probably one of the best lineups I've seen.
Ui.
Yeah, this was a tough lineup.
It was.
I wish there was more of like a resource or like a standardized, these are the poses that we're looking for. I mean, I know posing is all different, but there's just like some things that I feel like, especially when you're a professional, there is like you should know how to do certain things and where the standard should be, and then you can deviate according to your physique. But
Also die
like we never
liebe
run our
Andrea Scherer ist ja hier und die kann uns diese Frage bestimmt
Always show what you got.
Yeah.
beantworten. Ich persönlich denke nicht, dass das eine Rolle spielt. Ich meine, klar, am Ende des Tages geht es darum, eine schöne, ganzheitliche oder ganz körperliche Symmetrie entstehen zu lassen, aber das ist ja bei der Wellnessklasse eh nicht gegeben. Die haben ja mehr untenrum als obenrum. Aber ich denke, fürs Gesamtbild gehört eine schöne Brust natürlich dazu. Ja. Aber offiziell bewertet wird das jetzt nicht. Also ich glaube, dann gehen sämtliche Frauenrechtler auf die Barrikaden, wenn es heißt, du brauchst Silikonhupen, um ein schönes Judging zu erreichen. Ich weiß gar nicht, wo ist denn Andrea schon wieder? Andrea, das ist jetzt dein Part hier, das ist deine Klasse. Dort kein Plan von.
Not letting those glutes fall and doing like the bend and snap into place. Keep them up. You're already in that side glute, profile. You're already in the side pose. The glutes are hinged up. Keep them there. Just take that step, commit, and then settle into that back pose. Yes. Because even the most conditioned person's skin still folds. All right.
Top 4.
Yes.
I look who she got there.
And it's looking like between Cass and Lisa, yeah.
For sure.
Ja, Andrea wirkt nämlich auch sehr üppig obenrum.
Now I competed against Grisha, a month ago, and she's so small. Like, Cass makes Cass look like you said 6 foot.
Yeah. She's 5'5", 5'6".
Lisa ist dein Posing-Coach. Ich bin dein Posing-Coach. Absolute Frechheit. Ich bin dein Posing-Coach.
Okay, so I like Cass's front pose here. Mostly, I wish I love Lisa's glute in that side pose too. Like the fullness.
Cass's calves are impressive.
Yes.
They are.
And that quad separation, both Lisa and Cass.
Also ich weiß nicht, wer das Kommentar gerade geschrieben hat mit, warum man eigentlich kein Fett an den Brüsten verliert. Ich glaube, das, wo man zuerst Fett verliert, sind die Brüste. Das sieht man auch bei ganz vielen Athletinnen, dass man dann die Kissen plötzlich sieht. Die Seiten und die Seitennähte von den Kissen. Aber Hupen ist so, glaube ich, das Erste, was man verliert. Also das ist ein absolutes, eine Falschinfo, die du hier gerade streust.
Yeah, Lisa definitely came fuller from me.
Yeah. Even fuller from when I saw her like 2 hours before the show.
Wow.
Yeah. Because there was like feathering, it was a lot, and I was nervous. And then here, perfect. Like the peak was perfect.
Ja, ich sag auch, Lisa reißt das Ding hier heute wieder.
And same with Cass. Cass gets striated just walking. She'll jump on a plane and get off 10 pounds later. I don't know. She's the only person I've ever seen do that.
Wow.
So, having little small choices and small moves with.
Hey, Andrea.
Absolutely.
It just adds up.
Andrea Cortenon.
Going into the finals, who are you thinking?
I'm gonna go with Lisa.
Yeah, I think I see Lisa a little
Ja,
bit more.
das ist ja das, was ich auch gesagt habe.
I think I do like Cass from the front, just over Lisa, but once
Dass man an den Brüsten zuerst Fett verliert.
That's what I was judging on the back.
Also das war eine kleine Fehlinfo, die hier gerade in den Raum geworfen wurde. Ich komme gleich wieder, ich brauche Nasenspray.
Beyond this show, Lisa's gonna be a problem.
Wellness is quickly becoming more competitive.
Oh yeah, yes. So I could definitely, like with this physique, if she brings this to Olympia, I could see her easily cracking the top 10.
Oh yeah.
Yes. With this conditioning too. I need to do cardio. But it's amazing. It's really cool to see, especially how far she's come in the last, since her last season.
It's crazy. So have both of you guys training until the O now? Are you gonna do anything before? speaks.
I'm technically
You
not
know,
even.
the audience wants
I'm
to
sick
know.
right now, so I'm not. If my patients are seeing this, I am homesick right now. I'm not in Dallas. There's no way. This is all AI. It's got very advanced. But no, I'm in dental school. I'm studying to be a dentist.
Congratulations.
So thank
that's
you.
awesome.
So I can't until Olympia.
And dental school and prepping for the Olympia.
Yeah, I have an exam one day out and on the day of the Olympia. I actually have exam.
Ja, aber wenn ich zu viel Riechsalz baller,
Alright,
kriege ich tatsächlich Kopfschmerzen.
no,
Aber das Witzige ist erst am darauffolgenden Tag.
You're mentally sane, and then that kind of helps. You have that going for you. Very cool. What about you?
No, I just want to show up rested and fresh, crisp for the Olympia.
This is your Olympia debut.
So, wir gehen. Och nee, wir gehen in die Men's Physik. Ich dachte, wir gehen in die 212 direkt.
It's gonna be insane.
Yeah.
I'm very.
Boah.
That's what I've been told.
Okay.
Also ich mache erst Nasenspray rein und mache dann meine Nase sauber.
I like the one in Vegas a lot more. That was incredible.
Ich dachte, jetzt kommt 212, Mann. Ich habe gar keinen Bock auf Men's Physik, sage ich euch ganz ehrlich.
Are you trying to sneak out of here to get ready for this test?
That's a great question. If I knew anything about men's physique, then I would be able to help you. But
You're good. I think we got
Yeah.
a lot of physique pros over here.
We're gonna pass the mic.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I
Marissa,
can give
Jenna,
you-
it's been amazing, man. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you both at the O this year.
Thank you.
And congrats on dental school. It's pretty good.
Thank you. I can't wait for it to be done. Down to Dallas, finally. Yay.
Aminakui. Okay, Boys und Girls, ich schalte mich, glaube ich, nochmal bis 2:12 raus oder ich komme nochmal bei Bikini rein, da ist die Lisa Reit ja mit dabei. Ich lasse aber den Stream laufen. Men's Physik interessiert mich so semi. Seid mir nicht böse.
Working with Trey and Julie made it effortless.
He's a great motivator, which is really what you need in a setting like this.
If a little bit of me can help you be the best of you, then that's what they do. Change your choices, change your life. Find somebody that will hold you accountable, and you will grow.
And to lose 10 pounds in like a little over a month, that is brand new for me.
parts are created equal. Evogen is designed for the champion within you. Every rep, every set, every workout. Win them all. Evogen Nutrition, don't just win, dominate.
Prestige Physique has quickly become one of the best and most well-known teams in the industry. And if you're looking to up your fitness game and take things to a new level, then contact us. We look forward to hearing from you. Prestige Physique.
working with Trey and Julie made it effortless.
He's a great motivator, which is really what you need.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now going to move on to the men's physique division. The men's physique division at the 2024 Texas Pro is proudly sponsored by Eminent Nutrition, Casey Train, and Love and Management. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to meet our competitors in 4 groups of 6. So, ladies and gentlemen, Texas, let's make some noise for our first group from the men's physique division.
All right, you guys, DeMarcus Harris, IFBB Pro Judge, joined with Mr. David Shorter, IFBB Pro himself. David, welcome to the cast, man.
Man, I'm so excited to be here and just dive on in and get into some of these guys. There's a lot of really top tier quality guys, Olympians in this group, and guys that are trying to make that push and make their first Olympia. So it's going to be a good group right out the gate. So immediately my eyes are drawn to Tan on the far left and Ricardo right in the middle. Tan got 5th at Republic of Texas, and I know Ricardo, I think, came off a 2nd place finish at Tampa last week.
Awesome. Ton of quality in this lineup. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. Ricardo's back is absolutely nuts.
My eyes are drawn there, but honestly, all the conditioning looks so far so good. And the thing with Tyler that we're really looking for with his judging, his criteria, is that streamlined physique. So nothing overpowering here. We want to make sure that the legs and the chest match. We want to make sure that the taper on the back is good. We don't want a wide waist, so we want that bigger back up top to give that illusion of a smaller waist, even if they have a little bit wider of a waist. Really good group there to start, though.
Great first look.
So 265 here. I know this is his pro debut. He actually just turned pro a couple weeks ago at NPC Universe. He is a Texas guy as well. And then we were just talking backstage about Brody Gerald, also in those red shorts, 2nd from the left. Looking really good there. This is definitely his best look. And then Barack King, great shape, great structure. One of the best packages I've seen with him recently as well.
Ton of depth to his back too.
A lot of really good structure there. A lot of potential. So for him, with Barack, it's really just nailing that peak, and I think he nailed that look here today. Is that 266? Chance Harper in those red chulas as well. He has great structure as well.
It's another great look of guys. You're right, David. Conditioning very on point today.
So here is our returning Texas Pro champion right here, Jeremiah Maxey, leading off this group in those green shorts. And that's one cool thing that about, men's physique. You saw the classic guys earlier, they were all wearing black, so we get to have a little bit of personality with the shorts here. You can kind of have colors that match your physique and go with your flow. So that's one thing I love with men's physique here. So really, 3 really good guys I'm looking here at here are going to be Mario in the red shorts, Ahmed in those green shorts, and then, of course, Jeremiah on the far right in those green shorts as well. Ahmed's a former Olympian, Jeremiah's an Olympian, and Mario is knocking at that door. He has placed top 5, 4th at Chicago Pro and 4th at the Tampa Pro last week. Also, Jared Stroman on the far left. We actually were making our rounds and we were trying to go pro together, so he has a ton of muscle on his frame. For him, it's just confidence, getting in front of those judges and then nailing that posing. And also, I got to give a shout out to Marcel. Marcel's almost 50 years old in those blue and yellow shorts, and he looks phenomenal. He's hanging with those young guys.
Today.
Looks phenomenal.
This is probably his best look that I've seen.
I told him backstage, just a minute ago, I was like, this is better than your Masters Olympia look.
I agree with him.
So he looks phenomenal. I know he's doing San Antonio Pro in a couple weeks. I'm doing San Antonio Pro in a couple weeks, so I was like, oh man, I don't want to get beat by him, man.
Can't tap the bag either.
Yeah, exactly.
Next week in San Antonio. Awesome.
That's a really good look right there. Really good group. And I think it's our last group of comparisons here. So we have another former Olympian, Micah Thomas, coming out here, as well as an OG in the sport, Antoine Witherspoon. And Spoon is honestly, going into this show, he is the favorite for me. He looks phenomenal. He brings a great balance of both conditioning and fullness. He's not too big, but he always comes in razor sharp. So his structure just carries him very, very well.
You spoke to being streamlined, and he absolutely looks it.
100%, and he's really evolved with the sport too. So, you know, as the years have gone by with the sport, there is a lot more muscularity and development with this, you know, on the frame, and I think Spoon's really evolved with that. You know, he's gained size in the right places. He's not, like I said, he's not too big in any area. He has a full chest, great shoulders, great back, but he's not too big or unbalanced anywhere. And I have to give it to Micah. This is one of his best looks that I've seen in a while too.
We've seen him miss conditioning a time or two,
Absolutely,
and
absolutely.
I think he got it today.
And for those bigger guys, so Micah's a taller guy, so whenever you're taller, you just have more size, you have more muscle, so the ability to miss, in my opinion, is a lot more likely. So for him to nail that look and just repeat that formula is going to be huge.
Absolutely. Great first look from all of our competitors today. It looks like everybody brought it. Again, you guys, DeMarcus Harris here with David. David, based off of that, I know we're going to go into our individual routines here in a second. Who do you think going to crack this first call out?
Absolutely. So with all these first call outs, it depends on what Tyler's seeing. So it could be a group of 5, it could be a group of 6, it could be a group of 8. So if it's a group of 6 or so, my favorites right now are Ricardo Sanat, Tan Dhaliwal, Jeremiah Maxey, Ahmed Chakri, Micah Thomas, Antoine Witherspoon, and then Mario Stewart.
I think I like that. I think I have everyone except for Mario, but I can certainly see him jumping in there too.
Absolutely. And then we'll see here too. So like I said, depending on who's judging these shows, sometimes the look can vary. So this is a Tyler Mannion judge show. So we're going to go for that streamlined look. So some of these guys are bigger frames, some of these guys are more streamlined. So it really just depends on what Tyler looks like and what the other guys look like that same day too. And this is where a lot of these guys can actually separate themselves compared to the comparison round, is their actual individual routine, because the light is on you, you're dead center on that stage, you don't have to worry about angles and positioning, you can just do your thing, go with your flow, and really just kind of try and bring your best in front of Tyler for that 10 to 20 seconds.
I agree with you. You know, we were talking to Terrence earlier during Classic Physique, and we were just saying how this is a spot where you can certainly separate yourself, or you solidify the judge's decision on putting you in that first call out.
Absolutely.
So all your strengths, none of your weaknesses.
Absolutely.
And you hit it and get off stage.
Absolutely. I always tell my athletes too, you know, I think Brandon Hendrickson is the worst person in the sport because he gets every pose so well. I'm like, no, we're not Brandon Hendrickson for a reason. You have to pick your best front pose, your best transitions, your back pose, and then go off stage from there. So a local guy here, Anthony Asbury from Texas. I think personally he just needs to be a little bit more conditioned. He's a taller guy, like we mentioned earlier. So it's really hard and difficult to nail that peak and nail it consecutively. I haven't done a lot of research on him, to be honest, but I think if he improves that conditioning, his shape is good and his structure is there. We just need to fine tune that a little bit and get a little bit tighter.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a little bit more detail and depth in his back will certainly help with that. And the posing too, right?
Absolutely.
Hitting some of these angles that make the waist appear a little bit smaller will absolutely be beneficial for him.
All right, so here is the rookie sensation, Ricardo Sanat. Came to the U.S. to compete and earn the IFBB Pro card, so he is a rookie. This is only his 3rd IFBB show, and he has placed in the top 2. I think he placed 4th at the Miami Pro earlier this year, and now he got 2nd at the Tampa Pro, and this is probably his most streamlined look. His delts don't look abnormally crazy here. That was kind of a problem of his in the past. Core looks absolutely crazy, very full chest. The posings have improved a ton. That was my biggest feedback and critique on him earlier, was the posing, and he's nailing it right now.
You can see why?
Absolutely, that taper is crazy. So one of the best backs in the show is by far. Crazy bubbly physique. He'll be in that mix for sure. For him, it's just holding those poses.
Holding the poses. Being able to go through the rounds.
Absolutely, because Tyler's going to make them work. If it's close, he's going to make them work up there for sure. Now this is an underrated physique here for me. I saw him backstage pumping up, and I think he flows really well. Again, another taller guy, so a lot of tall guys in this group. But honestly, his structure is very, very good. Kind of like you touched on earlier, I think some posing could help him out, display those strengths and maybe hide his waist a little bit. But the structure is there. I think he could be a little bit more conditioned and sharper at the back. How he's posing doesn't help him and with that conditioning, because from the front, he's pretty sharp.
Yeah, I agree, David. I think you can see it. It looks like he's holding a tad bit of water down in his lower back. You would like to see maybe a little bit more size on his delts, too. And again, that's definitely going to help with that X-frame figure.
And one thing that we haven't touched on is this year they've implemented this weight cap for the height for men's physique. So I know for some of these guys, they're really pushing to make weight, and sometimes that can affect how you carb up, how you pull water, and that can affect how you, even the stress leading into the show.
Yeah.
That can really affect how you look as well. So this is Stephalon Dennis, and this is a really good physique right here too. Conditioning is good, posing is very good. For him, I think he could have just held those poses a little bit longer, and I would avoid that front shot.
Yep.
I would keep that angled, just like we had touched on earlier. We want to just display those strengths. We want to hide any weaknesses, because you have to think bodybuilding is not even who looks the best that day. It's how you can hide those weaknesses.
How you hide it, yeah. And he definitely exposed his waist there a tad bit with that pose. I'm with you.
So this guy I really think is interesting. So he just did his pro debut at the Republic of Texas Pro a couple weeks ago, and he pulled out a 5th place finish. The cool thing about Tan Dollywall is he is self-coached. So he is doing this all by himself. I know his brother does help him out with his peaks and everything a little bit. And I know got like his team, he has a good team behind him, but he is doing all the things himself, pulling all the strings, and he's on. He's on. He's probably one of the most conditioned guys.
I agree with you, man. I was there at Republic as well, and I'll tell you, he looks a lot better now.
I think he looks fuller.
Yeah,
I think he looks
absolutely.
fuller.
Conditioning.
And his conditioning's great. His waist is so small, and he has a really full chest. So I think he could be in the mix in a really competitive group here.
Absolutely.
So next up, we have 264 Brandon Downs. And I do not know too much about him, but this is a great physique right here. Really conditioned. I think he could have a little bit more upper chest fullness. But he looks structurally very good, and he's in shape. He's conditioned, he's hard, he's dry. I think sometimes you saw that back pose there was a little bit aggressive. Sometimes Tyler would just be like, no, don't do that. Because you want to think men's physique is supposed to look very natural.
It is.
Even though they're posing and we're flexing and we're trying to be strided, we want to make this look very fluid and very effortless.
Yeah, it needs to be graceful.
Absolutely.
Right? Much like we do with the women's wellness posing and everything else, I think that our men's physique guys have to be graceful with these poses also.
And I think it could definitely hurt you if you overpose a lot of times. All right, so this is Anthony Gardley. Like I mentioned in the comparison round, this is his pro debut, fresh off winning that pro card a couple weeks ago at NPC Universe. Great structure here. I know he's a young guy, so just filling out that frame a little bit more and being able to fill out some areas like his chest, his shoulders are going to go a long way in, solidifying him in a top spot. But I think give him some time, he could really be a top athlete. I was talking to his coach Pedro Ramirez yesterday.
Down in Austin.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in Austin. Yeah. So Pedro, that's his coach, and he said he's been working with him for about 10 years.
Wow.
So loyalty to your coach goes a long way, and just collecting that data and then being able to improve incrementally over time is huge. So here's another tall guy, and you can see here Chance looks phenomenal, but he could still fill out his frame a little bit in the chest and the shoulders.
Yep.
But he's conditioned, he's in shape, so that alone, that's all you can do really at this level. And if someone's bigger than you and has more size and has more mass, then you just have to go back. Absolutely, you have to come in shape. And if not, you just have to go back to the lab and keep on building that size on. So I think Chance has a really good frame and physique here and a really good package that he brought today. And we'll see if he can get in the mix here.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, he's kind of shallow in the chest, and I think that that's one of the things with posing. Understanding that, obviously not bringing your delts or shoulders forward to contain that chase, just keep it open.
And sometimes it's the same pose, just different angles. So it could be hip positioning, it could be your footwork, things like that. And especially at a level like this, where the distance between the guys who are first and fifth is so small and narrow.
Agree with you.
A tiny mistake like that can bring you from, that first call out to the last call out.
You're right.
So here's Jorge Hernandez. He has been competing a lot since he turned pro. For him, he's a very big physique. And I know he does a lot of these Tyler Mannion judge shows. I think he did the Republic of Texas a couple weeks back. For him, his arms are a little bit overpowering for me. So I think just filling in those gaps with maybe getting a little more lats. I don't like that Superman pose on him. I think if the hands were higher, it would fill in a little bit more gaps, but I think it exposes him a little bit.
Yeah, he wears his shorts a tad bit low on his waist too, so it certainly makes his waist look a lot wider in that pose. And I agree with you, his arms just absolutely overpower his delts and the rest of the body.
So this is someone that we were talking about backstage right before these comparisons, and this is Brody Gerald's best look that he's ever brought to the stage. So definitely bringing his best. I know he did the Optimum Classic in May and the Republic of Texas in July, and just improving that conditioning. Really good physique here, just because he is a little bit shorter, but he's very filled out. He doesn't have a ton of gaps. I think he can have a little bit more sharpness and a little more detail in his back.
Yeah.
But overall, his front shot is much improved. Definitely the best conditioning that he's brought to the stage.
You called it. You absolutely called it. I think this is one of his best looks by far.
And I like that he's taking his time posing. I always tell guys, take your time with your poses. We work so hard. We're working, 16, 20 weeks for a prep. A lot of these guys are traveling, from state to state, even internationally. Make the most of that time on stage. So Brody, he took that 30 seconds and he ran with it. So here's a guy that's very interesting. Barack King, like we had mentioned earlier, it's just he nails this peak. And I think he nailed it today. He looks very sharp. And he, again, a shorter frame physique guy, so it's easier for him to be filled out. I think he keep it a little bit bigger at the arms, but his chest is full, and you saw the serratus and the conditioning on the obliques there. Very good look, and his back is dense and hard.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with Barack, but I'll tell you, like, my eyes just immediately went to him in that call out. Everything pops, man. Full in the chest. I do agree. I think he could grow his arms a little bit more, even perhaps a little bit rear delt. But Barack looks great.
That's one of the best looks I think that he's brought. And if he can crack this first call out in a group like this, I think that solidify him to be like, okay, I can do this. I can hang with these guys. So here is last year's Texas Pro champion, Jeremiah Maxey. So this is a former Olympian, and we had talked on it earlier before prejudging started. He has never been outside the first call out. Wow. Whether it's a Steve Judge show, whether it's a Tyler Judge show, and he looks sharp. Backstage, I think he could be a little bit darker with his tan. I think that takes away a little bit from his physique, because he really is sharper than how he looks here, especially at the back, you can see here. But overall, he has so much size, so much tissue. I think he's going to be in that mix that first call out almost any show he does.
Yeah, and you can see why. Ton of size. He is still streamlined though. He does lose some of the detail in the back pose here.
I agree. This is also his first show of the year. So a lot of these guys, as they get more time on stage, that cortisol starts dropping as they go and do more shows. They improve that look as well. So that's something to look out for. Just as we get a little bit deeper, even if this isn't the target show for him, I'm sure he'll be in the mix of shows like San Antonio, maybe Sasquatch, something like that, because there are only a limited amount of shows left to qualify.
We're running out of time.
Absolutely. So that as you get closer to that Olympia timeline, you're going to see these shows get deeper and deeper, and I think this is a good indication of that right now. So this is 272 Michael O'Toole, another tall guy. A lot of tall guys in this group today.
Yeah, I think Michael O'Toole is one of the guys that's been around for a long time as well. Good to see him back on stage.
And you can see him try to angle that front pose to where he hides that waist a little bit. I think he could turn those shoulders a little bit more towards the front and show a little more depth on his upper. But overall, a good shape there, good conditioning. That's all you can really ask for at this level. And here's someone that we talked about earlier, a Masters Olympian last year, Marcel Shippen. I was talking to his coach, Jay Martinez, and he said, I want to run with these young cats. So Marcel is almost 50 years old, and the conditioning on him for 50 years old is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing. He does have one of the better tapers that we see. Even at this age, he's super wide in the shoulder, small in the waist, is able to angle it and hide it very well. Again, he's an older competitor, so you absolutely love to see a tad bit more density back, in the back poses here. But for this age, man, it is nuts.
I think if he even gets second call out in this group, I think he'll be over the moon. So, like I said, I know he's going to do San Antonio because there are different levels of pro physique. So this is the open group. There are masters classes as well. So he can do masters 35 plus, 45 plus, 50 plus when that time comes. And he's going to be a force at any masters group that he'll be in. So here's a really interesting story. Here's Ahmed Sakri. So he's very young. I believe he made his first Olympia when he was 21 years old.
Wow.
So Ahmed actually took last year off because his arms were so big, he had to downsize. So this is him downsize, and you can see he is still full as a house.
Yeah.
And you can see here too, the good thing about him is he's very balanced. This year they wanted to bring a lot more emphasis to the legs, so they moved the shorts up a little bit, and you can see those quad sweeps poking through the shorts. Very, very full. He's still very good condition, but it may just be a criteria thing to where Tyler says you're a little bit too oversized still. So that will be something to watch out for as we get into those call-outs.
Yeah, this is when I'll be interested to see if he does actually crack it, just simply because he is so large up top. He is so large. Arms are still huge.
Yeah, his frame is great, and honestly, it's really, I don't think the biceps are too big. I think the triceps are just so big that it takes away from his delts.
I agree.
But obviously a fantastic physique. I think he'll be in that mix. It's just one of those things where it may not be a top spot just because he's so big. And here's another sensation that's really taking the league by storm. Another like perennial first call-out guy was talking to his coach Kobe yesterday, and he was saying that he's going to be in the mix. He's fighting for that Olympia spot this year. So this is Mario Stewart. We actually turned pro at the same show together.
Oh,
so
wow.
2022 Universe. He was the class below me. I was class H. He was class G. And the improvements he's made since then have been absolutely insane. So you can see a very streamlined physique. When I think of men's physique, I think of someone like Mario Stewart.
Yeah, I love his muscle bellies. Absolutely full almost everywhere. Could probably use a tad bit more conditioning in the back here,
agree.
but this guy is bubbly and full. I love this look.
I think from the front, he just has such a great look. He's got a good smile. Like the little things like that can sometimes put you over the top.
It's
So
a show.
Hey, absolutely,
It's a show.
we're supposed to be pretty at the end of the day. So here's another guy that I was kind of going up in the ranks with, Jared Stroman. We competed against each other in the 2022 Junior Nationals, and I think he actually won his pro card at the 2023 Junior Nationals the following year. So he did classic physique and men's physique. So you can see he has a lot of size on him. For him, like I mentioned, it's just confidence. Confidence in the posing, which this has improved a ton. This has really improved a ton. So he's getting a lot more confident on that pro stage. He did the Republic of Texas. I think he cracked the top 10. So I know he was happy with that, but a lot of these guys are very competitors. They're athletes. They're dogs. They want to be in that first. They want to be in that first call out. So I think this is a really good look for him. Again, it's just more fluidity of that posing can really put him over the top.
Absolutely agree. It's a bit more crispy, and he did crack that top 10. I was there, and I do remember him getting that.
So Junpei, I have no idea who he is, but he is from Japan, and he looks great. Full chest, full shoulders, and the posing looks very fluid for now. I think he could rotate a little bit and manipulate his hips just a tiny bit, but you saw the triceps there. This dude is conditioned. And what's your opinion on this? So I'm a two hands on hip guy. I've noticed a lot of these Asian guys, they like doing the two hands on the hips.
Yeah.
But at this level, especially in the States, a lot of times those guys have no hands on the hip or one hand on the hip.
You have a longer torso and you're able to really flare your lats out on both sides. So two hands on hips makes a ton of sense because you feel the space.
For him, I like the one hand.
I completely agree.
Because I don't think the lats come out as fully on that side when he's hitting the Superman pose. So this is Nicholas Thomas. He's another Masters guy. He turned pro at 2021 Universe, I believe. So he works with Coach Ariel Alberto. He's a cuts guy. And I know he's a Texas guy locally too. I know he's going to do San Antonio as well to be in that Masters mix. He's a really tall guy. I believe he's 6 foot, 6'1". I think he could still fill out his frame a little bit. I know he had said he had about 4 or 5 pounds with his weight cap that he could still fill out with. So I think just a little bit more muscle on the shoulders and the chest, and he could really be a force on the Masters stage.
Yeah, conditioning looks pretty good, especially to be a Masters competitor here.
I think just a little bit more density and hardness at the back too would bring him a long way. So here is another former Olympian here, qualified for the 2020 Mr. Olympia, and I know he is itching to get back into that top spot. Micah Thomas, another tall guy, but he has a ton of muscle. I'm actually not sure if, I think Micah did the Optimum Classic as well.
He did.
I'm not sure if he's competed since then, but he looks very much improved from that. You can see there he's changed his posing a little bit to kind of hide that waist. He does have a little bit larger of a waist, but he has a super full chest, so I think his conditioning here looks really good.
This is actually one of the best looks that I think he's had for a while. I was talking to him backstage earlier. He is also competing in San Antonio, so I think that this was kind of a warm-up for that. Yeah, so, wide back.
Very wide back, and that's the hardest his back has been in a while too. So I think this is one of his better, and he's taking his time with his posing too. So sometimes, like we had mentioned, those little things can really add up and go a long way. But this is a really good look for Micah. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if he cracks that top.
I could totally see it coming.
That top call out too. All right, so we are down to our final 3 guys for presentations here. So next we have a guy from New Zealand. Not sure if this is a pro debut or not, but this is a far way to go.
That's a long flight.
I'm telling you, I went to Bora Bora for my honeymoon, and I was cooked. So I couldn't imagine going and doing a show after that. Imagine coming off the plane for 24 hours and you have to go to the grocery store. Oh my
One of the important things, especially with travel like this, is making sure that you get to whatever city you're going to in enough time to drop the water from the flight. If you're not expelling the water, then it's going to stick to you.
Absolutely. And I think we have that a little bit there too, here that you can see. I think just a little bit more conditioning will bring him a long way. He had a really full chest, but I think realistically he's about 8 to 10 pounds away from that real crispy look. So here's Cordell Waddy. He turned pro, I believe, 2022 Universe as well with me. He has been running the circuit. So he's a Masters guy as well, but obviously he jumps in the Open as well. Conditioned guy. Again, for him, it's just nailing that peak consecutively and consistently. So this is a good look for him. I think his tan was a little bit too light as well. I think an extra coat of tan would really help bring out some more detail in that. Absolutely. Especially like once you start sweating and once you get that glaze on you, a lot of times that can really wash away your color. So for me, like I'm a really pale person, I get 3 or 4 coats of tan. So some of these people, you typically only get the 2 coats. Sometimes that extra coat can go a long way in highlighting those intricate details of your physique. All right, and then finally, this is my favorite leading into this show, OG Olympian. Antoine Witherspoon, I think if he qualifies again this year, this would be number 4 or 5 for him.
Absolutely.
So an absolute OG in the game, crazy physique, small waist, great taper, full chest, really good look here. I was talking to Mike from Unchained earlier, and he was very confident in what him and Spoon are bringing to the stage today.
Yeah, Antoine looks great here. Well, I mean, like this taper is just absolutely nuts, and I see him right up there with Jeremiah, to be honest with you.
The hard part is the physiques are so different. When you put Jeremiah and Spoon together, and even Mario and Micah and a lot of those guys that we have in that first group right now, it's very hard to pick apples and oranges.
All right, you guys, we're getting ready to bring all the competitors back up on stage. Tyler and the judging crew getting ready to figure out these call-outs. David, who you got?
Okay, so I have an 8-person call-out. I originally had a 6-person. So I got 260 Ricardo, 263 Tan, 269 Barack, 271 Jeremiah, 275 Ahmed, 276 Mario, 280 Micah, and 283 Spoon.
I like that. I got your 6. I don't know
and
who
the 2 extras? You got 269, 276. So I got Mario and then Barack in there.
Yeah, so I didn't have them originally, but I totally see it. The only thing, again, with Barack, I'm afraid he is large. But I mean, he just pops out. Even looking here, he just really stands out in this crowd.
My eyes immediately go to Mario and Ahmad there. But as you mentioned, Ahmad is so much size. Really, really bubbly guy. So we'll see what Tyler's looking at. I'm sure they're tabulating the scores. I'm sure they're nudging and getting some opinions right now to try and figure out who they're going to have in this group. But, if there's one thing about Tyler Mannion, I know he's going to make these guys work, which is why I think he'd throw 2 extra guys in the first call-out.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, 258 in there. Oh, no Micah.
Wow.
So we have Omi Ali in there. And we have who is in those black and red chulas? We mentioned him earlier. That's a good look right there.
Absolutely a good look.
And Barack helps on that outside that he's on that far left side versus that far right side because that's his pose.
He can turn.
Now Spoon's a little bit too angled here in my opinion. I think Jeremiah might get moved out a little bit here just from back depth.
Yep.
But Ricardo right now looks absolutely crazy. And there's that move there. Ricardo's moving in.
You said it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we move Mario in the mud here. Mario's moving in, okay. And if you are new to the sport, the closer you are to being in the middle of this group, the better your chances are. So right here, if I was Spoon, I would read that room and I would want to move in a little bit.
Absolutely.
Because right now he's just in no man's land, just kind of hanging out. So there's Omi getting moved back in. But right now, if I was looking at it, I would say that top 5 is going to be Omi, Ahmed, Mario, Jeremiah, and then Ricardo for the win. And there's a move for Spoon in.
I'll tell you what, Ricardo looks absolutely amazing.
He's holding his pose as well.
He is killing it today.
And you can see here, this is where it gets a little bit more challenging because if you look at, probably the top 4, Ahmad, Mario, Jeremiah, and Ricardo, the physiques are so different.
They are.
But you can see they all look great. They're all very conditioned, very polished, their posing's good. It's really just, who fits that criteria of men's physique the best on this day. That's a very good group right there. I think Tyler's writing down his final scores. I think it's maybe it.
I think so. I got a feeling we'll see the top 4 coming back.
For a confirmation round?
Yeah,
I believe so too.
absolutely.
I think he may make him sweat it out a little bit more.
Yeah.
So that is your top 8 right there, ladies and gentlemen. So that's Tan, Chance Harper, Brody Gerald, Jared, Junpei, Micah, and that'll probably be it for that. Another 6 guys.
Another 6. I'll take that back and then make it 7.
That was Jorge Hernandez in there too. And even you can see the second call out here is still a great group of guys. I mean, you have an Olympian, Micah Thomas here. I'm going to bring another guy out here too. So there's Cordell Waddy in there too at the end. But as I was talking about, Micah Thomas, former Olympian, and then Tan Dhaliwal just got a top 5 finish at the Republic of Texas at a very deep show. So overall, this group, even in the second call out, is very, very deep. I think they may move Micah and Junpei here. Oh, they're actually moving Junpei in.
right? So moving Brody in just a tad bit, one step closer to tan.
And I think this is probably Brody's best placing at the pro level.
I think so too.
So I'm sure he's ecstatic about that. Now, in your opinion, we both had Micah in this first call out. What do you think is kind of keeping him on that borderline top 10 right now?
The only thing that I can think of here is his midsection. When you look at everyone in this call out, he lacks in the midsection. He's still super full in the chest. Delts look great from this spot. And I think he's doing a good job hiding his waist also. So it has to be the midsection, because from the back, the guy's stacked.
I don't think he's far off. You know, you had mentioned him doing San Antonio. That's about 5 weeks away. I think that's plenty of time where he can improve greatly in that amount of time too. So we had touched on it earlier with some of these guys doing their first show of the year, second show of the year. A lot of these guys get better as they keep on competing. And here is our last group of call-outs here at the Texas Pro.
So we see Marcel in this group. Likely I'd hope for him to be in second call out. Still looks great here.
For him, I just think it's just that back depth. A lot of those guys still have a ton of really good size comparatively, but you know, I'm sure he is still over the moon with his look and how he's looking today, because for almost 50 years old, he still takes my eye very quickly.
I agree with you completely.
And you can see here, the difference between that first call out and this third call out is not that significant. It's not that significant. It's minor details. The biggest thing for me that I've noticed is a little bit of sharpness and conditioning from the front, but really where the biggest differences are is going to be that conditioning and that density and that size at the back.
Density. And we say it comes with training, right?
Absolutely.
So it's time under tension, and that could be years worth of work in the gym. And I think that a lot of these younger guys just actually have the time to continue adding size and that density to their frame.
Absolutely, and a lot of these guys, you know, might be pro debuts and whatnot, so you have to get those licks in early, you know, get in front of those judges again, because once you go pro, you're back at the bottom.
Yep.
So I think they're going to be pulling out maybe a top 4, top 6 again, and they're gonna go back from there. So we'll have a better idea of who is finishing where and how it'll shake out at finals tonight. So this may be the top 4 right here.
We have our top 4, yeah.
So that's Ricardo, Jeremiah, Ahmed, and Mario. And if I were to guess, I think they're going to move Mario and Ahmed in. And I'd have it right there, because I think that's Ahmed, Mario, Jeremiah at 2, and then Ricardo at 1.
I'll tell you, I think I have Ricardo in first.
Because I think he just has that balance between that fullness, and he's so conditioned. I think Jeremiah has him on the size, but I just think with the taper at the back, he's very balanced, very hard to beat. And I think Mario has very good balance too, but I think you touched on it earlier, just a little bit more density at the back, a little bit more crispness at the back. I think you still fill out his upper chest a little bit though,
absolutely.
but his physique is so streamlined. My eye goes to Mario, but I think Ricardo is just stealing the show.
You can really see it in this angle here, just that density.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's 3D. I think Jeremiah might be overposing his back a little bit. I think if he's a little more upright, he would have a little more depth to that frame. But Ricardo's just so upright, that taper is just so prominent. He's very tough to beat.
Yeah.
And that's our top 4 right there, guys.
Absolute stacked class here at the Texas Pro for the men's physique division.
And that's why, you know, so many people come from all over the world to do this show. You know, they want to compete against the best of the best, and, you know, the Olympia is not getting any, you know, it's not any farther away, so you know, you want to go against those top guys, and if you can earn it here, you're going to be in a good shot at the Olympia, and then plus you're in front of Tyler Mannion, in front of that judging panel, which is very prestigious. So getting a good look there, if you perform well, you're going to put yourself in a great position.
I absolutely agree, David. All right, so San Antonio Pro's up for you next.
San Antonio Pro, and then likely Legions Pro in Nevada for me. And then we'll see if things go well, we'll keep it going. If not, we'll shut it down and grow a little bit. You know, like a lot of those guys there, I'm a taller physique guy, so the biggest thing for me is just continuing to fill out, continue to grow, and then we'll touch on it from there, and then keep it rolling.
I heard that. Best of luck to you, sir.
I appreciate you, man.
All right, have a
great
good
time, man. That was fun, bro. I had a good time.
All right, you guys, we are bringing up the stars of the show, our bikini division. This is our first look.
Thank you, ladies. You can file off to your left.
Excellent job, ladies. We'll see you in a matter of moments for individual presentations. We now invite onto the stage our second group from the Bikini division.
Face the back. Face front.
Another great first look. All right, you guys. Tell you what, I think our bikini ladies brought it today. All of these side profiles, you can see how well the glutes have been developed on mostly everybody here. Katarina, always a standout. Glute hand tie-ins are absolutely on point today. Lauren's also looking really well in this lineup too. guys can see. Again, another great first look with our ladies here. I'll tell you what, our bikini ladies really brought it today. It's gonna be a tough call for our judges. Our first competitor, Miss Marnay. Marnay taking her time, commanded the stage with her walk. Really good job here. I think she could be a tad bit more fuller in the glutes. Great conditioning though. This suit color is a great choice for the color that she has with the tan here. And again, that X-frame just right here in that front pose. Not too much pressure on that quad. Great job today. Next up, you guys, is Samantha Bartley. Samantha coming to us from Marysville, Washington. Miss Treasure coming to us from Liberty Lake. I think Treasure looks absolutely amazing here. Like to see a little bit more fullness in the glutes, but absolutely commanding the stage. Great front and side pose there. X-frame looks really well too. Also Also, really good job controlling her midsection through this posing routine for her. Miss Tamika coming from Plano right here in Texas. Absolutely love the suit color with her. Tamika carries a tad bit more muscle than most others, but this profile here shows you great glute shot for her. Slightly capped in the delts, but not overly conditioned by any means. Really good tie-ins also. Great job today. All right, you guys, Sammy Joe, all the way from California. Here in the back pose, I think we can see where Sammy could use just a little bit more development in the hamstrings, bring up the glutes slightly. But she is killing it in her pose today. Really great job. We've had a lot of athletes come over from different countries, which is really awesome to see here at the Texas Pro. Just tons of international competitors coming to compete against the best, get in front of some of the better judges. Obviously, Tyler Manning here is our head judge. Marissa is coming to us from Portugal. coming to us from from Chico, California. Lana looks really well today. Great tie-ins there. We absolutely love it when our bikini competitors play the stage and the crowd up. Always makes for a very, very good show. Down from the valley, Miss Kaylee Fountain.
Alexander. Thank you, Brenda. Brenda Alexander. Our next competitor comes to us all the way from Shanghai, China. Please welcome competitor 294, Sasa He. Thank you, Sasa He. Our next competitor comes to us from Boca Raton, Florida. Please welcome competitor 295, Nicole Hermanson. Thank you, Nicole. Nicole Hermanson. Our next competitor comes to us by way of Boise, Idaho. Please welcome competitor 296, Lauren Kralovic. Thank you, Lauren. Lauren Kralovic. Our next competitor comes to us by way of Weatherford, Texas. Please welcome competitor 297, Brianna Lucero. Thank you, Brianna. Brianna Lucero. Our next competitor comes to us by way of Denmark. Please welcome competitor 298, Susie Laura Matthews.
Yeah, you're doing 212 with me? Yeah, put it down so I can at least introduce you directly.
Okay, I was running.
All right, you guys, I know you heard that voice. So we got Terrence back in the building, walking through Bikini with us.
Happy to be back. No expert, but I mean, I've been in the sport 10 years. I've seen my fair share of bikini shows. I've been a part of one of the biggest bikini brands in the business, FBF, Fit Body Fusion, and happy to help out. All right, another Texas resident, Susie. Wasn't the biggest fan of the walk coming out, but this part of the presentation is a lot better.
Yeah, we've talked about some of the bikini competitors, just kind of notating the difference in glutes, whether that's upper or lower glutes, hamstring development, so on and so forth. I think Susie does a really good job here of commanding the stage while she's in the box. But I'm with you, Terrence. I think she can certainly work on posing just a tad bit more to give her a little bit better stage presence.
Definitely. Bikini's one of the toughest divisions because you can't, like with bodybuilding, class physique, it's just get harder, get leaner, get bigger. You know, bikini, there's limits to everything. You're too big, points deducted. If you're too lean, points deducted. There's that sweet spot every girl needs to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Epitome of perfection, for sure.
Yeah.
You get down to the minor details of the jewelry, the hair, color of the suit, you know, versus the tan. There's just so many things that the bikini competitors have to go through and be mindful of as they're competing.
It definitely is difficult. I couldn't imagine me having to worry about what color suit I'm wearing on stage and how my hair looks, man. It's tough. It's tough. All right, one of the best to ever do it. Issa, former Miss Olympia Bikini.
Absolutely amazing to have her come from Brazil to compete in this show, and she is lights out today.
Definitely, definitely.
I think when you talk about standard for a bikini, you just look at this back pose here. Really, really full glutes, great hamstring tie-ins there, not too big in the upper body either. Conditioning just on point, right? So clearly no striations, no separation, and that walk just really shows that muscle development there.
And the stage presence, you mentioned that, like it's very clear that she's used to being on stage, that, you know, very comfortable, very confident, very smooth. A lot of girls, you see that they're a lot newer on the stage, they're a little bit more hesitant when they walk and things like that. You do not see that here. And if you guys are wondering, if you guys are new to bikini, if you're wondering about what is it all about, this is the standard.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is the standard.
Miss Kerrigan, she's been competing for a while. I've seen her at dozens of shows over the past couple of years. And each every show she gets better.
She commands the stage too. I don't think that she carries as much muscle on her as some of the other bikini competitors, but when you look here, just from the back pose, man, she hits it right. Everything flows, not imbalanced by any means.
I think some of the ladies are having a little bit of trouble with the carpet, you know.
I can see.
And that is a tough thing, when, especially with the heels. Like you practice a lot of times at your gym, and usually your gym has like a hardwood flooring.
Yep.
And being comfortable on different types of material can be very difficult. All right. Emily, a great friend of mine. I've known her for years. Was a Tampa resident like me. Moved out to Texas as well with her boyfriend, Austin Epsey, who made First Call Out Sing Classic.
Oh, that's absolutely awesome.
Yeah. We got a lot of couples competing today, right?
I see.
It's pretty cool. I think the biggest thing with Emily is she needs a bit more size to stand up to these girls. This is her rookie year.
Yeah.
Which is fine. She's brought a really, really good package for this time, but I think to really, again, take it to that next level, a little bit more size is what's going to be needed. Germany.
Keeping with the international competitor theme, coming all the way over from Germany. That's absolutely amazing. I think we've been able to get a ton of international competitors here in Texas for this show.
It really tells you about the prestige and what people think of the show. People willing to fly, 10, 12, 13 plus hours to get here. All right, the walk up was very, very good in my opinion. Her shape is really nice as well.
She does. I absolutely love her confidence on stage.
I think with in terms of density, she's on a little bit more in the glutes, especially the upper glute. What do you think?
Yeah, I think she needs some time to develop some more muscle there. Absolutely agree with you. I don't think it's a matter of conditioning necessarily, but she certainly needs a little bit more size back in the glutes and hamstring area there.
It can be tough for a lot of the bikini girls to know that difference of, like you said, whether it's size or conditioning. Because if you get too lean, and not much is there, it's going to be an issue as well.
Yep. Another great lineup, 22 women's bikini competitors here at the Texas Pro today, you guys. Just off the top, Terrence, who you think we may see in this top call out?
I definitely think this is Issa's show. I think standard quality-wise, she's by far one of the best up there.
Here we go.
Let's see. Bikini is always difficult in my opinion. Like I said, you can't be too lean or it's calling them out. Oh, very cool. We got Sasa from China. I love the international athletes.
So moving Issa in towards the center there. So it looks like we're looking at Issa and Tamika dead center.
In terms of leg development, Issa's a little bit thicker throughout the quads, the inner thigh.
Yeah, that goes for Issa. Just this X frame here is absolutely amazing. Her and Tamika both are really on point here. Very, very thin in the waist. Great glute development. Yeah, I agree with you too, Terrence. That quad development on Issa slightly over Tamika's, and you can see the difference there.
Yeah, you can see it in the side pose and in the rear shot as well. I'm not sure what her number is, but the girl on the woman on the far right, great glute development.
Absolutely agree. Looks like that's 296, Lauren.
Oh, okay.
Looks like we're
Switching
moving,
things up.
yeah, Lisa in and Tamika out just a spot.
I think Sasa on the far left looks amazing, but a little bit more conditioning probably is what's needed.
I completely agree with you, especially as they walk. You can really see the difference there. But, you look at her glute development, and it's right up there with everyone else's.
Definitely.
Great first call out there.
Great, yeah, definitely. Now, when I look at 298, this is what I mean when I say, like, you can be too big. And I think her legs are a little bit too big for Bikini at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I think everything else is on par. This is likely why she's in the second call out versus the first.
Yeah. It's definitely a stacked class. I think some of these girls in the center could have been compared with the girls in first
You're
class.
absolutely right.
definitely moving the girls around a lot.
Hey, and this is one of the things that we talked about with Tyler. He's going to give every single competitor the opportunity to move in towards the center, compete for a title, whatever that may be. You're going to absolutely get a good look.
Definitely. I love to see it.
And it seems like he always tends to get right.
Yeah. And I really do appreciate that after these shows, he's doing these videos, giving explanations of why he chose what he chose. You may not agree with it, that's the beauty of bodybuilding, but he's gonna give you a good reason of why, and it makes sense.
100% agree. And I think it's great educational content too for both our pro competitors and our amateur athletes.
I agree. There's so many voices out there, and all of them are conflicting. It's good to have one guy in the middle telling you, this is what it is.
Yes.
All right, we're on to third call outs. Now, looking at a lot of these girls in this lineup, shape-wise, a lot of them are in good places, but I think maybe a tad off the conditioning or a little bit more size is needed for a lot of these girls in this lineup.
Yep, and it's something that's that small that literally separates a first call out from, you being in the bottom quarter of the call outs here.
You're right, it's a very small difference in this class. When it comes to bodybuilding classic, it's usually a little bit wider of a gap, but bikini it'll get really, really close. The other difficult part about bikini is a lot of girls, they'll need to grow their glutes, but a lot of exercises that grow your glutes also grow your quads, so they have to be very careful. I remember talking to Attila, former Olympia competitor.
Bikini, yeah.
Yeah, bikini, and she's a judge now, and she spoke yesterday about how hard it was to build certain parts of her body while not developing the other parts.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's kind of like trying to be selective with where fat falls off on your body, right?
Yeah.
Not an easy thing by any imagination. But again, kudos to these women for being able to do that and do that at this high of a level. All right, looks like we're bringing our top four back out.
Yes. Definitely in the shot, I think Issa added the leg separation stands out to me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think in every single pose, she kind of is taking command here.
Definitely.
Great showing.
Great showing.
Absolutely
That
great
concludes
showing.
it. These are your top four. Next up, we got 212. Who do we have with us today?
We got Chris Darby, IFBB Pro, 14 years. That's absolutely awesome, Chris. Welcome. Chris, you're down in Houston, Texas as well, correct? Yeah, very cool.
Oh man, what do you think of the lineup today?
Chris, I'm gonna get your mic turned up just a bit, just to make sure that we can get you turned up.
While you guys do this, yeah, the 212 lineup is looking pretty good. A lot of competitors we don't usually see this many up on this stage, but I'm happy to see it here today in Texas.
Hear me now?
All right, first look for our men's 212. Just looking here, guys, I think Philip and Marcus kind of stand out quite a bit.
I agree with the Philip. I was just about to
Yes.
say.
The crazy thing about Phil is he is actually a newly pro. He just turned pro last year at Masters Nationals.
Masters Nationals. Oh wow.
So this is his pro debut. And I've watched him come up in the rankings, and he has found his stride working with Chris Dim.
It's going well. Chris Dim. Oh,
Yes.
a former pro. Chris Dim. Chris Dim's a
Legendary
legend,
Chris
man.
Dim.
Yeah. We put together a wonderful package today. We got Jordan Janowitz. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. He is my favorite to win. I've known Jordan for a long time. He has an incredible physique on the far left there.
Oh, yeah, I'd have to agree so far. It's definitely on that one.
So everyone who does not know, 212 is anyone who weighs under 212 pounds. Some of these guys are right up there at that 212 mark, but a lot of these guys are far under 190, 180, anywhere like that. A lot of these guys will find themselves.
And being in the 212, remember, you do not have to be the biggest. You just have to bring that total package and a beautiful aesthetic body and conditioning.
Definitely, Lil. Sean Carita, huge fan of Sean Carita, former Miss Olympia champion. He's nowhere near the weight cap. I think he's competed maybe 189, 190 might be his heaviest up to date.
He's definitely going to surprise some people this year, though.
He's looking fantastic, 100%.
We actually turned pro together in 2012.
Oh man.
Bantamweight and lightweight. Wow. So that was an honor.
Very, very cool. Alright, this guy on the far right, he's being coached by former 212 champion Guy Sistemino. So let's see what they put together today. This guy, second from the right, is very conditioned in the quads.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. It looks like Shane Stewart there towards the middle too. A lot of density.
Good muscle. Yeah.
Beautiful back shots. Beautiful.
A lot of good ones, yeah. This is a good call out.
Chris, being a pro for so long, tell us, like, you know, when you hear 212, you automatically think of conditioning, right? I think that every single 212 competitor is known for conditioning. How are you able to be, you know, get that condition, packing on this amount of muscle on what are typically smaller frames?
To me, you have to actually be able to suffer. you gotta be able to suffer. And you have to follow everything that your coaches are telling you to do. Because if us being so short in stature, if you're off just 1 to 3 pounds, it's a totally big difference from being a big boy, and it will expose us completely. So being fully conditioned is a very important thing in the 212, and that's why majority of them, as you see, they bring it head to toe always.
Marcelo for Canada. Okay. Like you said, conditioning's on point.
It is. Absolutely is.
Great hamstrings.
Very, yeah.
I'd say that's a killer shot for him.
He's had some really, really good shots. I think we've talked about it with a few of our competitors. I would have liked to see him slow it down just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, give us a chance to take a picture in some of those poses, but he brought it today.
I think if you put a little bit more into his posing as well, he'd find some better poses that will actually insinuate his physique a lot better too. He's got beautiful lines.
I agree. Gotta keep that waist tight.
Gotta hold it. Again, 45 seconds of swimming underwater. Do not let it go.
The hard part I've noticed too with a lot of guys, they like to carb up quite a lot before they hop on stage that day of. And eating all that food can play a role in like how well you can control your waist.
Yeah, it's just not enough time for it to fully be absorbed. So it's just sitting there.
Francisco caught my eye when we first saw the first looks. I think he's one where you'd like to see a tad bit more in the midsection.
Yeah. I think everywhere else looks great.
Yeah.
Quads, arms, delts, chest.
You know, that front double bicep, he could have opened up his arms just a little bit more to make him look bigger.
Yeah, the midsection, the abs.
Absolutely.
A little washed out. Glutes and hams are in though.
I like that. like to see a little bit more in the back development, especially those lower lats for him.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think he looks pretty good today.
Definitely. I think a pretty good showing overall for Francisco. A bit more in conditioning was needed, especially after we're seeing Francisco.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Definitely.
212 is that division where you cannot miss. You can't.
I think he needs to slow down a bit as well. It's going really fast.
Yeah, to where he's not able to hit his poses fully.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's moving. We talked about this earlier in other divisions. Like, you don't want to do too much where you're exposing yourself nonstop. You shouldn't have to do 2 rotations either when you do it.
I completely agree with you.
And I think that comes with basically just giving yourself enough time to practice so you can find out what your weaknesses are and your strengths and just focus on the strengths.
Yeah, because if you're doing it too much, as a judge, I'm sitting there and now I have to nitpick. Right? I can't necessarily, give you all the high praises. You're giving me too much time to start to pick apart things.
This is what I want to see now.
All right, let's see it. Conditioning's very good.
Good shape.
I feel like he could be a little bit more fuller though.
It can be tough sometimes managing that fullness with conditioning.
That is true.
A little bit more size in the back.
Absolutely.
I think. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Especially on the hamstrings to bring those up too to match the quads.
Great front shots though. I think, maybe a little full in the chest, but really good front shots. He's got to bring up the back though.
Yeah. Great. Did you say this is pro debut?
Pro debut.
Very good pro debut.
That is.
Conditioning's very good. The side poses are great for him. I think waist is a little wide in the front and back shot, but side poses are his. He's thick. Really good showing.
He did.
He's got one of the best tapers I've seen today.
He absolutely does. And it sticks out too.
Yeah.
I think here here you want to see a tad bit more conditioning, maybe a little bit more in the glutes from this side, these side shots.
Totally agree with that.
But he hits his back pose and it's okay.
Yeah, his waist stands out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think his shape's gonna put him ahead of a lot of guys to show.
Solid pose right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you, at first glance, I don't necessarily know that I had him in my first call out, but we've talked about it kind of throughout the show today. These individual routines give you an opportunity to either push yourself up with the judges or you're pulling yourself down. I think for me, he definitely increased.
Definitely.
Chris, as you're looking at Steven here, what are some of the highlights that you notice?
I'm liking his conditioning. His upper back looks really good. I think he needs to work on his lower back to bring it in a little bit better, though.
Yeah, okay.
Now this right here, beautiful shot. His quads are perfect.
Definitely, yeah.
Good, most muscular form too.
Vascular.
I think he can actually probably work on his abs a little bit just to make them stick out a little bit more. Some people don't really have to, but then some people actually gotta work them out just to help bring them out a little bit.
Totally agree with that. Yeah. Most bodybuilders stay away and shy away from that ab training, but it can be beneficial sometimes. Yeah. Whoa. Good quads.
Beautiful quads. Alright, I like that.
Yeah. Really nice
Side chest is gorgeous. I love it when they're conditioned to where when they hit the side chest, you can see those little bleeds.
Yeah. A little slim in the back though.
Yeah,
I can agree with
he's
that.
so good in the legs and the lower body. You want to see a lot more up top.
Last press a little bit better though, but the back double could use a bit more.
And that could be also, he just needs to work on practicing bringing those lats out on the back double
That's a good
line.
point.
It could be, yeah. Get Marshall Harris from California. I don't think this is a necessarily bad showing, but I think a little bit more size, a little bit better conditioning. He kind of needs to nail everything and really stand out against some of these guys.
Yeah, I agree with you, Terrence. Yep.
One thing I've noticed about him, he seems to really lack on the back compared to a lot of these other guys.
Yeah.
The front is just amazing how just most people can look so good from the front, and when they turn around, that's when everybody gets exposed.
That's when everyone gets exposed, yeah. Oh, another Brazilian.
He's on the smaller side of our competitors today here. Does have really good shape though.
Definitely, that's what I was thinking. Very, waist is very small.
Yeah.
Once he's able to add that size, if he can keep that waist small, he'll be very, very tough. Oh yeah, the condition is really, really lacking from the back.
You can even see that from the side.
See how Jordan looks today.
I'll make it 2 for 2.
Ooh. Yeah, Jordan.
He just won Tampa, right?
He did.
Ah, yeah. A lot of these guys are showing up multiple shows this year.
I love seeing it, man. Oh, that's nice.
When you're able to do shows back to back, sometimes you can even bring in a better package on that second show.
Definitely, yeah. It's grainy. He's very, very conditioned. Some of these shots you can see throughout his delts, throughout his back. Yeah. That's pretty good.
I like his overall shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great laps.
Oh wow,
That's
hamstring.
a hamstring, isn't it?
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, he brought it. Look at that.
Oh.
Jason definitely brought it.
Yeah.
That's impressive right there.
Conditioning's very good from this guy.
packed, a lot of muscle.
Great density.
Terrence, where's Hamid from?
He's from Bahrain.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. We haven't had many people from the Middle East at the
We
show
have
this year.
not.
I won the Dubai Pro last year. What I will say is a lot of guys from the Middle East, they bring that conditioning. That's something you got to worry about every single time, man.
Yeah, I remember watching that show, and you brought your condition on
Yeah,
point on that one.
it's the heat, man. It's the heat over there.
I've known Todd for a very, very long time. We actually competed together for years up in the rankings in NPC, and he used to struggle bringing up his body to where I think he's found his method, because his body looks so different nowadays as a pro compared to what it was. So, you know, I give him a lot of props for that.
That's awesome.
Okay, that's good.
He puts in a lot of work.
I always find it interesting when our bigger guys can bring in their serratus to be that detailed. You're talking about packing on 200 plus pounds of muscle on your body and still seeing that type of detail in such a small muscle group, man, is amazing.
It really is.
You know, Shane was one of the guys that kind of stood out to me as we were doing our first looks. But as we go through these individual routines, you know, I tell you now, you can start to look and see how he needs to tap a bit more size on his legs, a little bit more conditioning, especially there in the glutes. Great mat spread.
Same way, yeah.
Yeah.
We got guys backstage in the 212 doing some jumping jacks, some shadow boxing, distracting us a bit. Yeah.
They're trying to keep warm.
Yeah. Those some of the tricks of the trade, Chris?
Actually, it is.
Yeah, I figured as much.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Look, you see this.
Yeah, nice. Is this Jordan Wise from Daytona Beach? Okay. You know, it's crazy. Like maybe 10 years ago, you almost never saw tattoos. You almost never saw beards on stage. It's crazy how things have changed.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think it goes to show, right? Like at the end of the day, we are showcasing physiques, you know, and I think the judges are rewarding great physiques regardless of, you know, kind of what you see around them. So I'm with you, Terrence. I love seeing that. We've evolved.
That's a good thing, yeah.
Where's Morocco at?
It's North Africa.
Okay. No, we're taking it down.
All right. Seeing a little bit more.
Add some art to it this morning.
It's a good shot for him.
See, that's one thing about certain people's physiques is when he was walking out, he looks just pretty soft. And now that he's starting to pose in his certain positions, I mean, his body's coming alive.
He knows his physique because he's hitting all side shots. He knows he's not the thinnest in the waist from the front to rear, but those side shots look really, really good for him.
You see it too right here. Yeah, I agree with you.
That's the cool thing about this period of posing here is you don't have to show everything. You just show your best shots.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he showed maybe like 2, maybe 3 front shots out of like
everything else was side.
Yeah, smart man.
I agree. All right, you guys, back again with Chris Darby and Terrence Ruffin. All right, you guys, before we get these guys up on stage, who you got?
I'm liking Jordan and Jason. They look phenomenal. Jason really surprised me when he came out. What about you?
No, I like those two as well. But I'm not going to lie, I also do like, I know it's his point of view, but I do like Philip's physique.
Philip really, really bold. I definitely see him in the first calls, without a doubt.
All right, well, we're about to find out.
Just look at them. You wouldn't even think they're 212.
No, not at all.
I had 313, but I didn't hear them called.
I missed Cameron and Hamid. I didn't see that one coming.
Me either. Yeah.
And we said it. I had Shane early, and looks like Shane's not going to make our first call out here. Tell you what, Jordan's looking absolutely amazing again.
It really is.
He's standing out for sure.
He absolutely is.
I have him winning.
I think we got Murad in the first call out. So it goes to show you hiding those weaknesses in that.
It does.
Yeah, it'll put you up there. I do hope they move some of these guys around a bit more, though. The guy in the far right in the red trunks, definitely love to see him closer to the center.
It's always interesting to see the more they pose them, which ones are able to hold it and which ones start kind of fading out.
Definitely. see how thick Francisco's chest is from the side here. Yeah.
That's what I was saying, Terrence. What do you think is the most important when it comes to making sure you don't fade out? Conditioning as far as practicing the posing, or could it also be like a fill-up thing, just not having enough glycogen or food in you? Or?
I think it's a mix of things. I know depending on what show I do, it changes my my pump-up routine. If I know we're gonna be out there, like at the Olympia for several call-outs, like I'm not gonna pump up very much at all because I want to get that practice on stage, and I'm gonna get better and better as we go. Especially when we do those individuals, which take about an hour, because when one person, we got 50-ish people.
Makes sense.
Yeah, if it's a small show like this, I'm gonna pump up a little bit more because I know I'm not gonna be out there as long and things like that. But I do find that some people, they'll pump up too much. They'll look great when they first come out there, but then they start to fade because of the glycogen. They're burning through it, I need to stop. I'm giving away all my secrets. Oh man.
I remember that.
All right, I guess they got their top guys.
So this is our second call out?
This is second mix with some of the first, yeah. We got Shane out there on the far right.
Yeah, I see Shane out there on the far right.
And Philip made that second call out.
Very good, very good. Man, his back double is
amazing.
I think that honestly he's in the second call, but I think his might be the prettiest back double in the show.
I'm actually shocked that he's in the second calls. I would have thought he would have stayed in that first call outs.
Yeah, they kept him on this tail end down here.
I think Shane's starting to fade a bit.
Yeah.
On the far right.
It looks like he's huffing and puffing a little too.
That's where you go. Like anytime you're getting ready for a show, I firmly believe you should do way more than what you need to do on stage, so that when you're on stage is easy.
That's exactly what I teach my people too.
Yeah. Some people do want to do just enough. I'm like, just enough isn't enough. What if you have to a little bit longer? What if you end up in the first call out and then you go to the second call out?
I agree with you.
That happened to me, I think my second Olympia. I was out there, I was in first call outs, and then they put me to second call outs. I started to fade a bit more, and I ended up in third call outs.
Wow.
Because each and every call out got worse.
I actually had experience with that on the Tampa Pro stage. They called me the first call outs. Yeah, I got moved outside. And they kept me in the second call outs. Then the third, and it was just like, whoa.
Yep, yeah.
But I always practiced, so it wasn't hard. It was easy just to hold the poses.
Okay. They're working these guys today.
It's one thing that's different once you hit the pro stage is you will get worked a lot more.
That is very true. Very true. I really think these guys up here, like a little bit more work, they can be in that first call out really easy.
Yeah.
They look fantastic. And a lot of these guys, like even though they didn't end up in the first call out shape-wise.
Have it?
Yeah, they have it.
I know both of you guys do some coaching. Chris, what are you telling your guys if they're in that first call out, they're hanging out, sitting to wait to come back out for the final call out.
I always tell them hold their poses. Stay steady, hold it. Because they're still looking and watching you. One way or another.
Completely agree with you.
You don't have to go all out, but you should be able to sit there in the front, relax, and hold it.
Agreed, yeah.
And that's one thing I have my guys practice a lot. I'll even have them hold it 1 minute sometimes.
Yeah.
I'll time it.
Well, I think today is a testament that you need it, right?
Yeah. I think Todd honestly could use a little bit more glaze on the far right there.
Yeah, I have to agree. No, that it doesn't look like his tan's all that thick either.
Yeah.
We got a few people off with color today. I will say that I think the stage is actually doing a really good job of showing everyone today. Like this is awesome. Sometimes you get mixed pictures and things like that with digital backgrounds, but this one I think everybody's looked really good.
Okay, they give him a second look. This isn't what is this? Probably a fight for what, 3rd and 4th? I'm guessing.
I'm gonna say 4th and 5th.
4th and 5th.
Yeah, I think it's 4th and 5th here.
I'll say anyone who's saying someone was overlooked, they didn't watch this show. They working these guys. They putting them through.
With all these rounds today, especially here in the 212 division, I can only imagine what our men's open is going to be.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be some guys sweating. 100%.
Some good shots for these guys.
That's a good most muscular in the purple trunks.
That's what I was thinking.
Wow.
This is for what places again?
I think we're looking at 4th and 5th. And you know what? This may actually be 5th and 6th. I think we're looking at the 2 guys in the middle that were at the edge of the first call out.
Yeah.
Wow. This particular group here has worked today.
Yeah.
Worked.
I think the hard part is a lot of these guys have some really standout poses.
Yeah.
still give that one to the purple trunks.
This is the top guys here.
Looks like the top four.
Top four, yep. Definitely would have. I think I would have switched the guy on the far right with one of the guys in the second call-outs, in my personal opinion. But
that was Jason or Hamid. We definitely could have
moved up a little
I
bit.
can see that either way.
This is pretty close.
It really is.
This is. Is that back lat spread? I think I would actually give Francisco over Jordan.
Yeah.
But here, I mean,
look at the difference on the cuts and the lines on that one, man.
I'm leaning towards Jordan, but Francisco's back shots, I think I would take Jordan.
Yeah. Hamstring looks like a piece of tenderloin just hanging down there, man.
Yeah, I think I prefer Francisco from the rear.
Yep.
Overall, I'm not gonna lie, I'd have to say I'm gonna turn. I actually like Francisco's body, his physique, what he's showing. Just how full around he is, his muscle bellies, everything.
He's a little bit more compact than Jordan. Jordan's a little bit wider in the shoulders and things like that, but Francisco packed on a lot of muscle onto that frame.
Thank you, Tyler. Ladies and gentlemen, around
Either
the
way, they
world
both look
for
spectacular.
Definitely, man. It's a good showing today.
212 brought it, man. 212 absolutely did a great job.
Prejudging for 212 Bikini Men's Physique Wellness Classic.
All right, you guys, I think that actually wraps up all of our pro prelim classes today. So again, Chris, Terrence, thank you guys for joining me this morning, man. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hopefully you guys make it back for the finals.
Oh, yes, sir.
Exciting,
Sounds
man.
good.
Yes, sir. We'll see some routines tonight.
Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait. Oh, man. We have
It'll be good. It'll be good. Yeah.
That's my favorite.